part two. The laptop was starting to get a little bit funky, and so I switched over to my cell phone. So let's give it a few minutes to see who finds me. The other reason I want to do this is I want to share with you guys my stream, my view of the window, outside the window, the moon, Detroit. It's pretty cool. And I'm going to show that for a little bit before I come back on. So first, let's give it a couple minutes. Let's see who joins. Once again, we're here to chat about Freemasonry. Sorry about that. This is part two of the 24-hour live stream. We've been streaming for about 15 hours so far. I've got about 8 or 9 hours to go. I guess 9 hours to go, technically. So jump in the chat, say hello. Part two of the 24-hour live stream. Streaming on mobile phone. The last 8 hours. Check out this awesome view. All right, give me 1 second and let me see if I can't switch the phone around. Let me see if I can't get you guys this view. Like I've been saying, I want to share it for the longest time. So, okay. And plus, it's the sunset, so I think that's probably worth sharing as well. All right. And that's my cat, by the way. Say hello, Bandit. Hi. Everybody be nice to Bandit. Apparently Bandit. There we go. Let's see. Actually, check out just that awesome. So first of all, it's hard to see, but the moon is there. Right? There's the moon. Welcome back, Lapis. Great to have you return once again. Check out the red and the blue. It's like a Bob Ross painting. right. I agree. It is an amazing view. Figured I would share that for a few minutes, give people a chance, give me a chance to go to the washroom, grab something to drink, etc., etc. And now I'm back. Let's bring it back over here. And we are on, I guess, maybe the home stretch of this live stream. So how's it going, everybody? Welcome. Please take a moment, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you are new to the stream. We're here to chat about Freemasonry. I was doing the initial stream through my laptop, switched over, now I'm doing it via my mobile. So thank you everybody for being here. Please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and let me know. Do you have any questions, comments, thoughts about Freemasonry? I'd love to hear them. And I'm going to share this stream link now on all my socials as well. About my question earlier, what is my favorite Masonic movie documentary? Welcome back, Freemason. Great to have you here. I think so. Documentary. I mean, I really enjoy Johnny Royal's documentary on Tubi, where it's 33rd and Beyond. It's more of a documentary about Scottish Rite, honestly, but it's still really, really good. The Grand Lodge of England produced a great documentary a few years ago. I can't think of the name of it now, but that was really good. Movie From Hell starring Johnny Depp, right? I've never been one who, you know, gets concerned over the when Freemasonry is kind of treated in the conspiratorial side of things, or they kind of big up that type of stuff. I like scary movies. I like Johnny Depp as an actor, and I really, really loved From Hell. I thought it was a great movie. So, From Hell, starring Johnny Depp. Or, I mean, as every Mason knows, the Simpsons episode Homer the Great is one of the the Stonecutters episode, one of the best. I have not seen The Man Who Would Be King, and I know I should. Everybody tells me I should. Believe me, it's on my list of things I want to watch. I really liked From Hell a lot. I thought the actors are great. I liked the kind of I liked the kind of what's the word I'd use? I liked the atmosphere of it. It felt to me like Victoria London would feel. So I really enjoyed that. I thought it was a great film. One thing I'm not enjoying right now is there's a whole bunch of dirt on my laptop, which I never noticed. I don't know if something spilt on it. Never seen the Scottish Key. At least I don't think I have. What's is it about Scottish Rite, or is it like a documentary, or I would love to check that out and learn more about it, but I don't think I've ever heard of it before. Let me see if I can't find. Just give me one sec. But no, what's the Scottish Key about? I will check it out. Let me know. Like, where can I find information about it? Not gone far. I just gotta get things to wipe off my screen. Just give me 1 second. Wipe my computer, I think I should say. And I'm back. Is it is it about Scottish Rite Freemasonry? Or is it about, because some people kind of define Freemasonry oftentimes with the Scottish Rite in mind primarily, for better or worse, even though obviously Freemasonry exists far beyond that. There's a brother traveling around the world with a camera. Okay, I would love to see that. I've always encouraging brothers to travel. I think it's critically important. And good for him for not only being able to do that, but actually turn it into a movie. That is incredible. Even the oldest lodges. That sounds awesome. No, I would love to check that out. Do you know if it's streaming anywhere? And if so, where I might be able to find it streaming? Like Tubi is the one I always think of, or I have Prime, I have Disney. Nice. Okay, so it was called, one more time, The Scottish Key, and it's on YouTube. I will find that for sure and I'll check that out. Because, first of all, good for him for posting it on YouTube, making it free for people to find. And good for him for putting in the time and effort to go searching and documenting these Masonic lodges. So many of these Masonic lodges need to be better documented than they are, and just for whatever reason, the brothers are not maybe taking the time to document them. So good on him. I will a million times check it out. Who is the name? What's the name of the brother? Actually, I can probably look that up myself. Let me look that up in just 1 second. Terra Masonica? Is that also on YouTube? Give my laptop a nice cleaning, because believe me, did it need it. All right, let's see. The Scottish Key. The Scottish Key, The Origins of Freemasonry, Terra Masonica, Freemasonry Around the World. 3.3K views, published 1 year ago. Let's see. I'm curious how many subscribers and stuff this guy's got. 1.68, so like 1,680 subscribers. Terra Masonica is the first YouTube channel about Freemasonry worldwide. I'll check that out for sure. He has how many videos does he have? One, two, three, four. He has 6 videos altogether. Well, according to this, it was published a year ago. But that's not to say what it could have been is it could have uploaded one thing a year ago and then decided to upload a new one or make edits to it, which is very possible. I would not be surprised if stuff like that happens all the time, right? You publish something, you realize you can do it better, and then you decide that you're going to try a new one to see how it goes, which would not shock me at all. Okay, well, then I appreciate it making it for the public. You know, we need to be documenting our Masonic buildings more than we are. One of the biggest dangers. Wow, look at that outside. To show you guys more of those views again. One of the biggest, I think, challenges we in Freemasonry are facing right now is the lack of documentation of our Masonic buildings and our Masonic structures. Apparently, on a side note, completely related to Freemasonry, except that I think Ted Lasso demonstrates a lot of Masonic qualities, there is a season 4 of Ted Lasso, the TV show, coming out. Which I thought they were all finished with that show, to be honest. You know what I think? Not that this isn't really fun, but I think people seem to be enjoying the view. And if I get it, why not everybody else gets it? And give people a chance to wake up to a nice view. Oh, and you can actually see the water now. You can still kind of see the moon up there, but I'm going to stream this for the time being. Okay, we are back. Thank you, Christopher. I agree. I think it's a nice view. And I thought it might be kind of fun while I was taking a little bit of a break to share that with everybody. So thank you. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. And Christopher, I hope that you are doing well. Scoot. Gotta get my cat out of the way there. To everybody else who's here, thank you so much. Lapis, if you are still there, I see your question. Do you believe all men and women are equal? I will get to that in just 1 second. I mean, the short answer is yes. The second answer is, I guess, yes as well. Obviously, though, I mean, I guess the question you always have to ask yourself is, what do you mean by equal, right? If what you mean is the same, then no, I don't think men and women are created equal because people are different, right? But there's a difference between being different and, for lack of a better term, right, inequality, right? I believe all men and all women are of equal value and of equal worth and are equally important and should be treated equally under the law, is what I believe, if that makes any sense. But I certainly don't believe in like a Harrison Bergeron style of equality where everybody's exactly the same. Which, by the way, if you've not read that, it's a great book, Harrison Bergeron, or great short story, I should say. But I believe, when it comes to both what is truly the case and how things ought to be, I do believe that all men and all women are ultimately equal. We are equal value, equal worth, equal importance, and should be treated equally as such under the law. Lincoln kind of talks about that, I think, fairly well. The movie Lincoln, where they talk about what does it mean to be equal, right? Which is always kind of one of those questions that people struggle with. What does it truly mean to be equal? I think what it means is even when we can accept that there are differences between individuals, whatever those differences may be, difference in, pick your differences, right? Those differences do not detract from the ultimate equality that, they have in the eyes of society, in the eyes of Freemasonry, in the eyes of government, or at least what they should be. So yeah, I guess it's a long way around of saying yes, I think all men and women are equal. Equal in value, equal in importance, and equal in how they should be treated under the law. Not the same, but equal. I hope, Lapis, if you're still there, that answered your question. Christopher, I hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here. I hope you'll hit, everybody joining us for the first time, I hope you hit the like button and subscribe button. We are, we are at 6:50 a.m., which means we have about 6 hours left on this 24-hour live stream. Or 7 hours left on this 24-hour live stream. So it's been a blast. I did the first probably about 12 hours or so, more than that, the first almost 18 hours on my laptop, and now I'm here on my cell phone. Thank you, Lapis. And by the way, Lapis, how's your morning going so far? Going well? Feel free to share this stream with any friends, family, anybody that you think might want to check it out. Thank you. I mean, yeah, I'd say Lincoln, and particularly Tommy Lee Jones's speech in Lincoln, kind of expresses very well this idea of equality under the law versus what is truly equality and what it means, or the other way around, right? Why equality under the law is what matters, and why that's what is relevant. And I hope that everybody enjoyed getting to see the view, getting to see the sunrise. It's such a beautiful view. I figured I could share it, and that would give me a chance to rest up and prepare for the second half. Oh, yes, take it easy. If you had a bit of a cold, it's one of those things where it's funny. Sometimes it can be a simple bit of a cold, can end up being like an absolute nightmare if you're not taking care of yourself, you know? So, by all means, take care of yourself. I've got my breakfast here. Let's see what's happening on Twitter/X. Let's see what's trending. See if there's anything fun to talk about. No, but Mikey, I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button. Let me know how it's going. And let me know if you have any questions or any thoughts about Freemasonry. Positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear them. After you hit the like button and subscribe button. Just watching some wrestling highlights on the Twitter while I wait to see anyone jumps in the chat. If you're just joining me, jump in the chat, say hello. I'm in the middle of my, well, not the middle, closer to the end of the 24-hour live stream I've been doing talking about Freemasonry. So any thoughts people have on Freemasonry, jump in the chat, let me know. It's going well. We're back here streaming, finishing off what has been a very fun time. Once again, 24-hour stream. It's been a blast. Thank you for the links. I appreciate it. I'll be checking those out shortly. Oh. Lapis with the jokes. Look at that. Well Well done. I appreciate the help, you know. We got all these people on the stream with their jokes. Oh, getting that time, early morning, everybody's commuting to work. You start to hear the people on the outside. But hey, man, I appreciate the help, that's for sure. And as always, anybody who's just joining us for the first time, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Find me on Instagram as well. Find me on Patreon. By the way, Freemasonry, I'm not sure if you also follow me on Patreon, but if not, you can join for free. It doesn't have to, pay any type of monthly membership. It is, let me just put it down here. Patreon.com/square and compass. Eggo waffles for the breakfast. Nice. Oh, looks like yes, you did follow me there. Awesome. Perfect. Thank you so much. What are you having on the Eggo waffles, Dad? Syrup or fruit? What's going on these waffles of yours? Oh, nice. There you go. I heard that honey is the one type of one type of food product that does not go bad. So there you go. And also Freemasonry and bees are actually really well, connected. There's many Masonic connections to bees and beehives throughout Freemasonry. It's one of the more common Masonic symbols, not so much in Canada, but definitely in the States. You oftentimes see it, so. I did not attend lodge meetings, which I was very sad about. I did attend the Jose Rizal Memorial, where on June 12th, the Masonic lodges, both the recognized one and the liberal one, pick your terms, I don't want to get into all that stuff, laid a foundation, laid a wreath and a memorial. And then I went back with both groups and checked out their Masonic buildings, which was really, really fun. I got to see both temples. I posted it all on social media on Instagram. I got to see their lodge rooms, which was incredible. It was absolutely a blast and a lot of fun. So I sadly did not get to actually sit in any lodge meetings, but I did get to see the lodge rooms and the buildings. The Grand Lodge of the Philippines is an incredible building. And it's so interesting too, because it's like hidden away, like it's hard to describe, right? You don't see it, and then you like go through this tunnel or this alley, and suddenly you see this whole, not just the building itself, but this whole beautiful kind of area. It was a lot of fun. It was really, really cool. So, yeah, you're telling me that. So your dad was a Mason in many ways, not just an actual Freemason, but he also, you know, kept bees as a good Mason should. Again, the beehive is more a symbol of Freemasonry in the States than emulation ritual, but that's kind of aside from the, that's a whole other issue. But, a lot of people nowadays are saying keeping of bees is like something that is really, really important to do for the environment. Um, and so maybe your dad was ahead of the curve. Didn't you say he would collect the honey and give it to other people? I'd be nervous about. I wouldn't mind keeping bees, but when it came time to collect the honey, I'd be quite nervous about getting stung. I feel like you gotta have super steady hands. It'd be super calm. Where did he keep them? Just in your backyard, or was there a place that he kept them special, the beehives? When you get a chance, please review this song. I'll send you the link later. No, I know where it is. I think I even took a screenshot. And I think I'm subscribed to your channel now, if I recall correctly, so I'm sure I'll find it. But yeah, I can share, I can check it out. Blue Lighting is back. Hey, dude. Hello, Blue Lighting. How's it going? Let me know how your stream is doing, or how you are doing, I should say, how your morning is going. Uh, Good. Fine is good. As always, hit that like button, share the stream, etc., etc. What is new and exciting in your neck of the woods? We're going to give it a bit of time. Welcome. If you're just joining us, we're here chatting about Freemasonry. So any thoughts you have, any comments, let me know. Otherwise, we're just hanging out. Jump in the chat, say hello. Hit that like and subscribe button as always, and let me know, again, what your thoughts are when it comes to Freemasonry or just anything else on this, at least here, beautiful sunny morning. I don't think I've ever done a stream this early before. It's the first time I've noticed like the sun shining directly on me. We've got an artist in the stream. We've got Freemasonry who did a song called um, the Brotherhood hip hop song. Great to see someone love Freemasonry enough to do music about it. There's this guy called All Hail Shadow 6325 is a bully on YouTube. What type of content does he have? What does he talk about? What makes him a bully? He kept the hives in the farmer's fields, and in the summer he took the hives to the hills where there was heather for heather honey. There's a lot of H's there. Oh, trying to figure out what this beeping sound was. He kept hives in a farmer's field. In the summer, he took the hives to the hills where there was heather for heather honey. That's cool. Did the must have been friends with the farmer. He that people's so he copies people's posts and posts them on his channel. Yeah, that's not cool. There is an alarm. I got it. It took me a second to find it because I don't usually wear my watch, so I didn't realize the alarm was even set. I'll have to. I had no idea I had an alarm set for that watch. I usually just use that for professional wrestling. Yeah, unfortunately, for better or worse, there's lots of bullies everywhere. Um, on YouTube as well as just everywhere else. There's really not much you can do about it. I agree. I mean, I think it's an awesome skill to have. Like, nothing but respect to the people who keep bees. And again, a lot of people are not keeping bees because it's good for the environment. And they're really trying to focus on that aspect of it. So I think, nothing but respect to the people who have the skills to keep bees because I could not do it. Um, Again, I'd be super. I feel like I could keep the bees far away from me. My concern would be when it came time to collect the honey. That would be quite a frightening situation, I do believe. At least a frightening situation for me, because I'm a wuss. But it's amazing how nature works, right? In some ways, oh no, it's me. It's my fault. It's my alarm. In some ways, you could argue that bees are a pretty good analogy for Freemasons, right? They're kind of builders themselves. All right, in Freemasonry, the beehive is a powerful symbol representing industry, cooperation, and the benefits of working together toward a common goal. It embodies the idea that diligence, unity, and mutual support are essential for individual and collective success. Just as bees are known for their tireless work ethic in building their hive and gathering resources, Masons are encouraged to be diligent in their personal, professional, and Masonic lives. Cooperation and unity. The beehive symbolizes the strength that comes from collective effort and harmonious functioning of a group where each member contributes to the well-being of the whole. Social obligation. The beehive also highlights the importance of social responsibility and reciprocal love and friendship within a community, as seen in the peaceful coexistence and cooperation within a hive. Personal growth. The beehive reminds Masons of the importance of personal development within a supportive network where individual growth and social contributions go hand in hand. Historical significance. Bees are very important in many cultures. Actually, Oriental Lodge number 33, which I think is out of Illinois, if I remember correctly, has a whole discussion on it. from March 6, 2024. The beehive represents hard work and perseverance. But when you think about, what type of creatures in society, what type of creatures in nature are themselves builders, you could argue that bees are one of the most industrious examples of a builder, more so than almost anything else. I am not. I've been to my dad's lodge. My dad is in a lodge in Winnipeg, Manitoba. I'm a lodge in, well, a few different places, but Windsor, Ontario is my mother lodge. Windsor Lodge number 403. So, which I think I kind of prefer it that way. Some people, I think, when they have family connections in Freemasonry, want to celebrate those and kind of join their dad's lodge and stuff. For me, I like the idea of joining a different lodge and kind of joining as your own person. Well, sometimes, it does happen. It's not as common, but sometimes there are situations where the son joins Freemasonry first and then the dad joins after. So I would not give up hope. It's still possible and it could still happen. But if it doesn't, that's okay, right? Freemasonry is a personal journey, and that, just because we may want somebody to be a Mason doesn't mean that they'll join, right? That's the beautiful thing about Freemasonry. It is, at the end of the day, a personal journey, and everybody has to decide for themselves. Pandito Builder. Pandito, I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button. When you say Mason was fake, can you let me know what you mean by that? Do you mean Freemasonry is fake? And if so, in what way? I'm a Freemason, so, I don't think I'm fake. That's true. That's where that phrase comes from. The idea of the queen bee. Everyone very proud they known as Mason, Masonic, whatever is that. Well, I don't know if everybody, the people have different views on how proud they are to be a Freemason. Some people love to talk about it, some people don't. I love to talk about it. At the end of the day, Freemasonry is a fraternity. It's a social group, right? It's a social club, it's a fraternity. Some people are very proud to be members and love to talk about it, like me, some people less so. It's kind of each individual decides for themselves how much they want to talk about it and how much they want to kind of, be kind of proud of it, if that makes any sense. I'm not so much proud that I'm a Mason. I'm proud of the work I've put in to being a good Mason and the effort I put in to trying to make the lodge better and make Freemasonry better and help my brothers. Right? It's not, I don't feel pride in being a Mason if it's just a title. It's the work you put in. That's what matters. Pandito, let me know how you came across the stream. Were you searching for Freemasonry? Did you find me on social media? And let me know if you have any questions. I've been a Freemason myself since 2007. Since 2007, so almost 20 years, which is crazy to think it's been that long. But I'm really proud of how long I've been a Mason and all the work I put into trying to be as good a Mason as I could be. It's kind of like, if you're part of a gym, if you're part of a music academy, I don't know if I'd be proud to be part of the music academy, but I would be proud of the work I put in to be a good musician, to be worthy of being part of the music academy. Right? It's the work, not the membership.
someone like that. I don't know how this ends.
2023. Wow. So you kind of joined tail end of the pandemic. Did you put your application in for Freemasonry during the pandemic? Um, or after most of the restrictions are already lifted? Because there are some people I know who joined in 2023, but who had, initially applied in 2021, 2022. So yeah, even before the pandemic. How did you find that, having to wait for the pandemic to finish to join? Did you find it frustrating or challenging or hard, or did the lodge keep in touch with you to let you know what the process was or how things were going? Because I know there were a lot of people who had to wait a long time, so to join, and most of them were willing to wait. To be fair, then I traveled a lot. So both you applied before the pandemic, then you had to travel a lot for work. So your application to initiation sounds like it was maybe a little bit longer than most. Perfect. And Zoom education, that's a great example of what we were talking about, 12 hours ago. This idea of like, you can find ways to keep in touch with people, to keep Freemasonry in their mind, even if you cannot necessarily meet in person. Do the Zoom educations, do the Zoom meetings. Just hang out with people. That stuff is really important.
What the hell are you doing?
I could ask you the same thing.
Well, don't bother shooting. You're about to get the whole town killed.
What?
Junior, look at what it's doing.
In case you're curious, I got Under the Dome on Pluto TV, which is another one of those great free apps for movies. How often do you guys have Zoom education? Especially because you're in Texas now, right? So you're kind of exclusively communicating with them through your Zoom education.
Barbie?
Twice a month? Do you still go to it now that you're in Texas? If I recall correctly, Houston, Texas, right?
Something for her chest.
2 times a month is pretty good. I know there's some lodges that do their virtual education or like their Zoom meetings once a week, but I feel like most do it once a month. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. I do wish more Masonic bodies had decided to keep their virtual education, and not allow it to kind of go by the wayside, which was really unfortunate. I understand why when you start to meet in person again, it can feel like, what's the point of, we're meeting in person, we don't need to do virtual education, but I think there's still a value to it, especially just kind of like what we talked about here, right? You're out of town, you can't meet in person anymore, so maybe it would make a lot more sense for you to still have virtual Zoom meetings where you guys could hang out and meet. I just think it makes a lot of sense. It's worth exploring, you know? Things like this, right? I mean, my um, live streams can hopefully fill up some space and fill up that virtual meeting space. But yeah. But I know for a lot of people during COVID, they had their applications in, they were waiting for a while, and the meetings the Zoom meetings and virtual meetings absolutely helped big time in terms of keeping them involved with Freemasonry and keeping them engaged with Freemasonry. So, just waiting to see who else jumps on and who else wants to chat about Freemasonry. Like I said, we're just hanging out doing our stream right now. Interestingly enough, I did a quick Twitter check this morning. I didn't see anybody else posting anything about Freemasonry on X at the moment. Take time out. I mean, I'll be taking some more time out. Don't worry. I took a little bit of time off this morning while I assume you were sleeping. And I kind of showed off the view from my apartment of the very awesome sunrise I get. So there was that. So I did take a little bit of time off. I'll take some more time off. At some point, I need to take some time out to go and get some coffee, because that is going to become critical very soon. Not that I don't love pop, but I feel like pop is not the best first thing in the morning. I miss coffee right now. My coffee machine is not working, so I need to go get some. Interestingly enough, there is in Toronto, I just discovered, the hashtag AAIC2025, which looks like it's about Alzheimer's research. My grandmother had Alzheimer's, Nana. I've known other people who have Alzheimer's. It's a horrible disease. There is some evidence that things like Freemasonry help people when it comes to potentially staving off the effects of Alzheimer's or mitigating the effects for as long as possible. So, July 27th to 31st, Toronto, Canada. I think social groups in general are probably going to be things that are helpful when it comes to not just Alzheimer's Society, but general markers of health, whatever they may be. The Alzheimer's Association International Conference. Freemasonry, can you please explain the difference of AF and AM and F and AM? In Texas, you guys are AF and AM, right? I should buy some instant coffee for emergencies. If I recall correctly, Texas is AF and AM. The difference is, really, it's kind of a silly difference, to be honest. Way back, so in 1717, when the first Grand Lodge was formed, it was called the Premier Grand Lodge of England. And I cannot remember the dates right now for the life of me. I never know the dates. But at some point, as is often the case in Freemasonry, there was a dispute And a group of Masons who were initially part of the Premier Grand Lodge split off and formed their own Grand Lodge. And for a while, you had two Grand Lodges in England, the Moderns and the Ancients. Ironically, the Ancients were the newer group, which is a whole other thing. And to differentiate themselves, one, the Moderns went by AF and AM, if I recall correctly, and the Ancients went by F and AM. Ancient free and accepted, free and accepted. And when lodges in America, for example, were going to England and requesting dispensations or requesting charters, depending on where they went, that is how they would get assigned AF and AM or F and AM. So for example, Prince Hall is F and AM because they were chartered out of the Ancients, if I recall it correctly. Whereas Ontario was chartered of the Moderns, so it's F and AM. But eventually, when the Ancients and the Moderns joined together once again, becoming the United Grand Lodge of England in 1813, the distinctions were kept for historical purposes, the F and AM versus the F and AM, but it really didn't mean anything anymore, right? It just is a sign of whether when you were first chartered, you were chartered out of the Grand Lodge, out of the Ancients or the Moderns. Johnny, well, I like eating my granola bar. Please hit the like and subscribe button. So, China and F and AM, like Arizona, if I recall correctly, Arizona is F and AM. I'm eating right now. Hello, Ryan. How's it going? I hope things are going well for you. I am now on this stream to finish things off. By the way, please hit that like and subscribe button. That can be really tough. Honestly, the best way to do it is contact the Grand Lodge and check. So, if you search Grand Lodge of, if you're from Texas, for example, Grand Lodge of Texas, you'll get their contact info, and then from there you call them and you say, there's a lodge close by, is it legit? But honestly, it's rare that you're going to come across a clandestine lodge in your day-to-day travels. Most of the time you'll find, especially in America, you'll find a legit lodge. The clandestine lodges are usually smaller. Usually they'll contact you. They'll do a lot of stuff online, on social media. They'll send messages out, fishing, things like that. So, but, the Grand Lodge is the place to go. And you also just ask them, are you recognized? If they hem and haw or he and haw, you kind of know it's baloney. But contacting the local Grand Lodge is a really valuable tool and a valuable way to do it. Also, You can kind of tell how legit they seem, right? If it's three guys in a garage out of a house, I might ask some questions, right? I've never been to Uganda, nor do I know anything about the clandestine lodges there, but when you say next level, um, is it just the number or how they look? Or how much they charge? Or what do you mean by next level? You know, a lot of places, it's not as big a deal in North America. A lot of Masons are trying to make hay out of it and saying it is. I don't really think that's the case, but I will say in some countries in Africa, as well as definitely some Eastern European countries, there is, and Brazil also, there is a lot of issues with clandestine lodges and kind of pay to play. So. It's all over. So, I mean, hey, it's not just Uganda. There are a ton of clandestine lodges sending private messages. I mean, they not even might not even be a clandestine lodge. They might be just one guy in his apartment with five computers sending hundreds of messages an hour just to anybody he can, hoping to get a bite. Well, suddenly I wanted to become a Freemason in Uganda. That sounds awesome. How much does it cost to have your own lodge? That's the real question. Because if it's like a couple $100, hey, I'll get my own lodge happily. The question is, would you guys be willing to join? Let me see if I can find this now, and I'm curious. I'm going to just type into Google, Uganda Freemasonry, let's say scam. Says beware of Ugandan orphanages scams. I mean, they use different names of lodges in the internet. I'm sure they do. Well, they're going to change the names, right? They're going to regularly change the names to kind of make sure people don't catch on. There's all sorts of tricks that they do. You just got to be kind of careful. Well, they still have to get permission from their jurisdiction. You would need a minimum of 7. You probably would need more than that, to be honest. Um, but I mean, yeah, if you had 7 Master Masons and they wanted to start their own lodge, they could petition the Grand Lodge wherever they're from. You know, if they're from Ontario, petition the Grand Lodge to start their own Masonic lodge. They'd have to get permission first, and whether or not they would get permission, I mean, when so many lodges are having struggles with membership, I don't know if they'd want to create any new ones at the moment, honestly. Um, Honestly, you know, it seems to be the trend nowadays is not going towards creating new Masonic lodges, but rather to amalgamating the ones that already exist. So, but in theory, yes, with permission. What can you say about the one day? Like, you mean I think it's happening in Ohio and other places where it's you go through all 3 degrees in one day. Is that what you're referring to? Making, going from entry apprentice to master? I've never seen it. I've never been a part of it. I'm not a huge fan of it. I think, if that's what you're talking about, I think that for Freemasonry to to how do I put this? I think that for Freemasonry, for somebody to truly understand the degrees, to truly understand the process, truly understand Freemasonry, you have to be willing to take your time. We talked about this before, right? Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Doing all 3 degrees in one day, I just don't think. I think you're shortchanging the experience for the Mason, and I think that he's not going to get out of it as much as he could if he takes his time and goes through the degrees, kind of, takes his time with it. Yeah, they'd have to get permission first, and I don't know if they'd automatically get permission. I don't think they'd automatically get a charter. Well, even in exigent circumstances. So if it's a situation of somebody is on active military deployment and needs to, has like one day to before he's going to deploy, I guess understand why you'd want to do it all in one day. But even then, I mean, would you rather have him going off to fight and having a really great entered apprentice experience, or having an average or sub-average entered apprentice fellow craft master mason experience, right? You can be an entered apprentice and be a great mason, and you can be a master mason and be crummy mason. So Grand Lodge of, I mean, it's everywhere, right? It's Ghana, it's Uganda, it's Brazil. There's a lot of these clandestine lodges all over the place. So it kind of just is what it is. Christopher Bristol says, "Yo, how's it going? I'm doing well. How are you doing?" Not much, to be honest. Yeah, it's been a while, so it's good to have you back. Unfortunately, Freemasonry, there's really not a ton that can be done to reduce clandestine lodges. I mean, you could try enforcing trademarks and copyrights on the square compasses, but um, that's a really hard thing to do. Honestly, it's just about us being as good as Masons as we can be, and making sure that we are providing something that clandestine lodges don't. That recognition and things like that is important. Yes, things are good. I hope things are good with you as well. Thank you for being here. By the way, Christopher, don't forget you can support me on Patreon as well as these channels. Just hit like and subscribe. But no, I am doing well. Just see if make sure that this is going through. How did I feel after I was initiated? It feels like it was so long ago. It's crazy thinking back that far. I mean, mostly just excited. Obviously, when you're initiated, you're trying, so much of it. And you're closer to your initiation than I was to mine, so I suppose than I am to mine. So I suppose I could ask you the same question. Um, I I same thing with FC and MM. Like, it was so long ago. I just remember being excited more than anything else because it's like now there's a new possibility, there's a new thing open. Certainly, I talked about motivations before. As someone who is motivated by accomplishments, as someone who is so motivated by making progress. You know, I felt a sense of pride in that I've accomplished something, especially FC and MM, because you know to get your entered apprentice, you just have to sign up, join, and kind of go through it. To get your FC and MM, you have to prove your work. You have to prove your proficiency, so you can feel like you've actually accomplished something, and you can take a lot of pride in that. So, I mean, a sense of accomplishment, a sense of excitement, a sense of looking forward from what I recall. I remember my Master Mason degree, my dad was there, and that was really special. He came from Windsor, and my mom was there as well. I had my friends take my mom out for some drinks at the bar while my dad and I went to the Masonic Lodge. So all that stuff was really, really special. So having my dad there was special. It was a really good time. But mostly, I'd say excitement and a chance to look forward. So yeah, I think you and I, it sounds like you and I both felt kind of the same way um, after our initiation. And yeah, I'm sure that the FC and MM degrees are going to be really wonderful for you as well. My favorite degree, by the way, is the fellowcraft degree. I think oftentimes it gets badly overlooked. It's a really important degree and can provide a lot of value to the Masonic experience. So don't overlook the fellowcraft degree. I think very often it has this tendency to kind of it's middle child syndrome where people tend to ignore how valuable it is, but there's a lot of value there. So, you know, pay attention to all your degrees and enjoy them all. Well, I mean, you join when it's the right time, right? Like things happen when they're supposed to happen. So maybe you were supposed to join in the new country and not the old country. I think things just happen when they're supposed to. Meal first. For the longest time, went up my nose. For the longest time, I was a meal after guy, but I realized that, like, first of all, it's kind of a false choice because you can always do both, right? If you say we're going to have the meal before lodge, you can easily make sure you leave some snacks and desserts for after or some leftovers, right? So, this idea of like it's one or the other, right? If you decide you're going to have the meal after, then you're kind of stuck having the meal after. But if you say mm, have a meal before, that still leaves you options to have snacks, leftovers, and desserts after lodge. But In my experience, um, almost in all cases where I found lodges switch to meals before lodge, it's a more successful lodge meeting. And I think it's because it's a way to separate your day from your Masonic day, right? So it's like you have guys, they're working, whatever it is they're doing, and then they have to rush to lodge. They're hungry, they don't eat till after. It's kind of like they don't have time to reset, but having dinner before lodge, having an hour or half an hour to just sit, have something to eat, relax, it kind of puts an ending on your day and says, okay, now we're in a different time. We're in, the evening time for Freemasonry. It's kind of a way to refocus yourself on what's coming up, as opposed to you thinking about the meal after. So, in my experience, I've seen 3 lodges switch their meal times from before lodge to after lodge. Sorry, other one. I've seen 3 lodges switch mealtime from eating after lodge to eating before, and it's always been successful. So, to me, having your meal before the meeting is a much better idea. The Supreme Being watching over me? I mean, maybe. Who knows? But yeah, so Freemasonry in your lodge in either Australia or where you're currently going in Texas, do you guys have meal before lodge or after lodge? Back in Melbourne, it's after. What about in Texas? And so, since you've had an experience with both, you prefer the Texas model? You prefer eating before? Because I do as well. Yeah, I'm the same way. I think it's a good way to kind of end your day and prepare for your night, kind of your Masonic meeting, and put you in a different headspace. So you're not thinking about work and whatever headaches and hassles are there. You can actually focus on Freemasonry. And you're not thinking about how hungry you are. Heaven forbid you have to skip dinner on your way to preparing for lodge, Because sometimes that happens. You don't have a chance to eat beforehand. You're rushing to lodge, and now you got to wait an extra 2 hours. No, we open on the first. We're emulation, right? So we open on the first, then open on the second, then open on the third. I mean, which I'm assuming they do in Australia as well, I would think. Texas, I know they open right on the third, but that's more of an American thing. That's more of a Preston and Webb thing. In Ontario, it's open on first, open on second, open on third, close in third, close in second, close in first. Where I definitely will say there are times when I much prefer the Texas American model of opening right on the degree you're in. Makes it so much quicker. It can be a lot more relaxing, especially when you have a district deputy, grandmaster who can close the lodge, without ceremony. That's really nice. Instagram cut. Hey, I'm back. Welcome back, Instagram cut. Welcome back, everybody who's joining. Hope you hit the like and subscribe button. How's it going? Please take a moment, hit that like button. We are going on this 24-hour live stream. I hope, though, that you are doing well. With a name like Instagram Cut, I definitely hope that you are, if nothing else, following my Instagram account, Square and Compass Promotions. I am doing well. So what's new and exciting? I think actually I'm going to make that a poll question. Not a fan. I don't think officers should have cheat sheets. It's not that hard to learn your work, so just learn it. Yeah, just learn it. It's really not that tough. I think almost all of us could figure it. We've all had to do it. We've all been there. At least I can't say we all. I can say I've been there. I know Dad's been there. I know that, Freemasonry is going in that direction. Like we've all had to do the work. So you figure it out, right? But if you're using a cheat sheet, it kind of shows me that you're not putting in the effort. Dad, what about you? What is your preference? Do you prefer meals before lodge meetings or after lodge meetings? I agree. But unfortunately, Freemasonry does have to take some of the blame for this, or especially Grand Lodges, because there's a lot of inconsistent messaging around this. I mean, I'm sure you've heard it a million times. I've heard it a million times. Right? I don't agree with it, but Grand Lodge has said it to me more times than I can count. Freemasonry is a volunteer organization or voluntary organization. And what they always mean by that, or what the Grand Lodges almost always mean by that, is when it comes to attendance, if somebody has a work or family commitment, you cannot force them to attend lodge. It's like, okay. But if you think about it, if somebody has a work or family commitment, maybe it won't keep them from attending lodge, but maybe it will keep them from being able to study the ritual. Maybe they have to take their kid to soccer practice and they have to work extra hours, and they can still make it to the lodge meeting and sit in the officer's chair, but they don't have time to study the work. It's like Freemasonry, like Grand Lodges need to do a better job at deciding what Freemasonry is. If Freemasonry is truly a volunteer organization and your work and family come first, then that's what it is, period. And you cannot expect people to dedicate themselves to learning the ritual and not having cheat sheets. If Freemasonry is more than a voluntary organization, then, we have to treat it as such, and Grand Lodges need to treat it as such. But again, a junior warden doesn't show up for the meeting and says, I have work and family commitments. Grand Lodge will say that's okay. But a junior warden doesn't show up for a meeting, or a junior warden shows up for the meeting, but uses a cheat sheet for the ritual and says, I had work and family commitments that kept me from learning the ritual. Grand Lodge says that's not okay. It's like the standards are kind of messed up. Hey, I appreciate you setting the tables. That's good of you. We need those helpers, right? So thank you for that. Before, now that I'm older, but in my younger days afterwards, that's interesting. I never thought of it that way, but I guess that does make sense. Yeah, if you have a young family and, their bedtime, you have kids whose bedtime is at 9 o'clock, if you're eating dinner after, that works out great. The kids will be asleep when you get home. It's not an issue. But if you're eating before, you won't get to see the kids before the meeting or after. So, yeah, I guess that makes sense. That's a good point. I like the idea of food before the lodge. Freemasonry, thank you. Make sure to vote on the poll question. And please take a moment, hit that like button and subscribe button if you're just joining us. But I hope everybody is having a awesome time. Please take a moment, hit that like button and subscribe button if you're just joining us. Hey, Black Raven Meditation, welcome. I'm doing all right. How are you doing, Black Raven? I feel like it's been. Were you there? You just joined this morning, correct? Because I think you posted something on social media. Didn't your computer go kaput or something? Which, hey, happens to all of us. Believe me, my computer. It was being a little bit challenging, so I switched over to live stream on the mobile. But welcome. Thank you for joining. I'm glad you're here. Maybe you're following me on your phone. But I hope you get your computer fixed soon, if I'm correct. But I feel like I saw something that you posted saying your computer was kind of had gone AWOL. That's true, and Grand Lodges are really pushing to, some Grand Lodges are really pushing to not let cell phones into lodge rooms. I have a rule which I never bring my cell phone into lodge. Um, I will always leave my cell phone outside of the lodge room. So that is kind of my rule when it comes to Freemasonry and cell phones. Sometimes I leave it by the door outside the room. Sometimes I leave it actually. Usually I leave it in the office, or I have keys for most places, so I can just leave it in a different office in the room, in the lodge, and get it later. No worries, typing on the phone sucks, and my gosh, um, you got a new one. I just sent the new one back. Technology is great when it works. But that is the problem. That's the key question there. Technology is great when it works. When it doesn't work, it's a pain in the butt. Interesting. I don't know why, but on X right now, political is trending, which is probably a bad sign. Political is such a broad term. Like, I don't know how that could be trending. It could mean literally anything. The political class knows exactly what they're doing. I feel like that is somehow concerning to me, though. I hope everybody is doing well. Thank you all for joining me. It's been a very fun, very long 24-hour adventure, as Black River Meditation says it. But I do hope everybody is having a great day. Please take a moment, hit that like, subscribe. Interesting. Prefer meals before lodge or after lodge. Before is actually three votes. Before has two, after has one. No, I agree. I think there's definitely. I mean, I'm not. Sometimes I worry about thinking too much about the implication of things, and kind of trying to take things as they are, and not reading too much into things. But I think you're right. I think there is this tendency for things to be much more disposable, and for work, I think, to be much less well done, unfortunately. And that affects everything. That affects Freemasonry. Freemasons having work done in their lodge, and the work is not up to snuff. That is a problem. That's a major issue. So it's kind of this idea of everything being kind of disposable, right? I think that is the main challenge, the main issue that we're facing. And the idea that, well, if it's not done well, they can just return it after the fact, which I think is a very scary approach to take, because you can't always rely on that. It could be something important. Basically just a free-for-all, because we got about, 5 hours to go, give or take. So mostly a free-for-all. I mean, I am going to keep checking on to see what's trending and what's in the news. If anything relevant comes up, I'll bring it up, or anything on the Twitters and the Blue Skies and the trending. Well, when you say we, right, it's different Masonic jurisdictions. In the States, it's the white aprons all the time, right? In Ontario, I'm guessing Melbourne too, you have your lambskin white apron for the first degree, You have the florets for the fellowcraft, and then you have the actual Master Mason's apron. I prefer it that way. I prefer having a different apron design in each degree. I think that it does a better job at differentiating um, the different degrees and kind of makes it feel special. I know that in the States, it's about how the apron is folded that distinguishes it, which I understand that's kind of interesting, but um, I prefer having a different design. I prefer that to just folding the apron. I think that's better. Tapping on phone screens to communicate strangely. Well, interesting. There was a scary movie, and I can't think of the name of it now. I think it was called Friend Request, where they talked about how black screens were kind of portals to ghosts and goblins and monsters. And they pointed out everybody nowadays is on a black screen. It's their cell phone, it's their TV. If they're not tapping on the black screen, they're just looking at a black screen, reflecting themselves on it. It's also why Black Mirror, the TV show, has the name Black Mirror, right? The black mirror to which they're referring is the television screen. Which, by the way, I don't know if you guys watch Black Mirror. Um, I saw the first episode of the new season called Ordinary People, if I recall correctly. Pretty heartbreaking episode, but really, really good. If you get the chance to watch it, I would suggest you do. I think it's called Ordinary People. A little bit on the nose, I thought. Right, I thought it exaggerated some elements, which I wasn't a huge fan of, but still overall a very good episode. What was it called? I'm trying to find the name of it now. And who knows? I don't want to be that guy, but maybe if Freemasonry was more of a force in the universe of Black Mirror, or in that episode's universe, that people would have found a better life. They would have had people there on whom they could rely. It's crazy to think the first episode of Black Mirror came out in 2011. That is nuts. Common People, that's what it was called. Welcome. If you're just joining us, jump in the chat. Please say hello. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. You haven't seen any Black Mirror episodes at all? It's quite the show. Um, I like scary things. I tend not to be a big fan of um, like horror. I tend to not to be a big fan of like science fiction horror. Like I tend to prefer slashers, or I don't mind science fiction in a slasher film, like Alien is a slasher film with science fiction trappings. But Black Mirror, it's more focused on technology and science fiction with a horror twist. But there are some really good episodes that I've really, really enjoyed. So if you get the chance, my favorites would be, I like Common People. What else did I really like that I've seen so far? I like Crocodile a lot. I like Metalhead a lot. So yeah, there's some really good ones. But I think, some of what it touches on is, and again, I'm of mixed feelings about this idea. I've always have been. Like, it's very easy to kind of make the point that technology is separating people and separating us and causing us to lose touch with one another. I think we're kind of unfairly blaming the technology, or like, we can use technology to bring each other together and bring ourselves together. Look at all the friends I've made on this podcast, right, through technology. It's just how it's being used. I think we're far too quick to blame the tools and far not quick enough to look at our behaviors and how we're acting, right? Because technology, I mean, again, look at all the ways that even with this stream, I managed to meet friends I would not have met. I consider them to be, part of my audience, part of my friends. In some cases, they're becoming my brothers. Like, it sometimes feels like technology is just here doing what we want it to do, and we're, shitting all over it. It's like, maybe look in the black mirror a little bit and see if maybe it's it's not the technology that's at issue. It's we are the issue. I think sometimes it has a tendency to be a little bit too anti-technology. And I'm somebody who is probably, even artificial intelligence, I'm probably one of the few people who is super supportive of AI. I think artificial intelligence is going to be good for the world. I'm not just saying that because of Basil's, or what's it called? Um, Basil's Robolisk or something like that. I'm saying that because I genuinely believe artificial intelligence will be good for the world. I'm much more optimistic than pessimistic about technology. I'm much more pessimistic about people and optimistic about technology. No, Freemasonry, you've spent like pretty much the whole night with me, so thank you so much for hanging out with me. It's been a blast. I truly appreciate it. And thank you for joining my Patreon, all that good stuff. Tell Kadeem when you see him, congratulations. He absolutely deserves it. He's done an amazing job. I hope that I helped you. I hope that I helped answer some of your questions, and that maybe I helped you think about Freemasonry in some different ways. I will definitely check out the song, and everybody watching this, check out the song "The Brotherhood" from Freemasonry. I'm not sure what scientific illuminism is, but it sounds like I would like it based on the words. I mean, I would consider myself a child of the, or I'm not a child of the, but my political philosophy most closely aligns with the Enlightenment. I think Voltaire, people like that, are kind of my spirit animals in some ways. And so just the phrase scientific illuminism feels like it's something I would like, but I'll look it up and I'll see what it has to say. By the way, Lapis, before I do, if you get the chance, I'm hoping that you will sign up for my Patreon. I'm going to leave it in the chat. Let's see if I can find it now. Patreon/square and compass. Patreon.com/square and compass. I hope you'll sign up for that. You can sign up for free. So according to AI and Google, scientific illuminism, as developed by Aleister Crowley, is a system that aims to bridge the gap between scientific inquiry and spiritual practices. By the way, I personally have the opinion that Aleister Crowley was not a Freemason. Supposedly, he joined in Mexico. I think he was part of a clandestine lodge, or he might have just made it up. It emphasizes refining consciousness through a blend of ceremonial magic and core yoga practices. So in that case, I am not a fan of scientific illuminism. I think I'm a fan of science. I'm a fan of the scientific method. I think when you are trying to blend scientific inquiry with kind of certain spiritual practices and magic, um, I don't know how you can do that and maintain skepticism and empiricism, right? The idea of kind of applying occult practices to the methods of science, I'm just not sure how those two things go together. When I was reading scientific illuminism, it almost sounded to me like secular humanism type of thing, which I believe in a supreme being, but I do think secular humanism is probably a very healthy approach for society to aim towards. But I hope everybody is doing well, and thank you again if you're joining. If you've been here for the whole time, thank you. You have made this stream great. If you are just joining, thank you for being here as well. Please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Follow me on Patreon, patreon.com/square and compass. And, as always, leave a few hearts, hundreds, all that jazz that makes people find the stream. Thank you, Lapis. I always forget who is and isn't in fairness, because there's always other people joining. So I always try to talk about as much as I can, but I appreciate that very much. It's kind of the same way. I know some people get annoyed because I'm always saying, like, sign up, please like and subscribe over and over again. But the reason is because I never know who's on and not, and I want to say it as often as I can, in order to make sure people hear me saying it. It's funny, it's been a great stream. I've absolutely loved it. I've had a blast. Not as many new subscribers as I thought. A lot of people, a lot of watch time, which is wonderful. I'm surprised not as many subscribers, but that's okay. It seems like I'm getting people who are already subscribed, which is wonderful, right? It shows me that the algorithm is sending it out to people who it knows will watch. So now it's about finding some new people who've yet to subscribe. That's got to be the next kind of goal. But I am happy with this one because I had a great number of people show up and a lot of watch hours, which was wonderful as well. Okay, that would explain it then. Because you changed it again. Weren't you the esotericist a second ago or something? I can't keep up with you, Lapis. I barely know my own name at the moment. I'm sitting here exhausted. I've had to fight with a whole bunch of people on the stream. I've got people telling me to put fruit punch in my coffee for some reason because they're monsters. I've got people telling me about this fry sauce situation, which is like ketchup and mayonnaise, which sounds disgusting. That was a whole thing. I don't even want to get into that. Otherwise, I'll get annoyed. Let me tell you, it's just... And now I got to remember your new name, Lapis. What do you want from me? Well, then, Lapis, tell your friends, please sign up for Patreon. And also, you can use Patreon to communicate with me and let me know what you want me to talk about, like what you want me to say or talk about, Oh, yeah, Lapis, you missed the whole thing. This was this morning at like 1 a.m. People were telling me that I should mix mayonnaise and ketchup together, and I was like, why? That's disgusting. Which it is. I mean, mayonnaise is a gross condiment. Basically, you're taking an okay condiment, which is ketchup, and you're mixing it with the gross condiment, which is mayonnaise, and then you're telling me it's going to make something good, it's going to make something horrible. It was a whole thing, you know. And before that, thank you, Lapis. Where were you this morning? Because I had the whole chat basically ganging up on me. I'm sitting there minding my own business, you know, trying to talk about Freemasonry, and I'm dealing with a revolt. A bunch of Benedict Arnolds in my chat telling me this disgusting thing is good. And then the worst thing of all, Lapis, is they told me they were going to travel to Chicago just to put this fry sauce, they call it, on hot dogs. So they're going to first, the thought that this thing exists at all is like, I don't know if I can sleep at night. But then on top of that, the fact that they're going to go to my favorite city in the whole world and ruin hot dogs in Chicago, like, I can't even tell you how sad this whole thing makes me. I feel like I'm tearing up a little bit here, you know? So, just no fry sauce. See, I'm not a mayonnaise person at all. I just don't like mayonnaise at all. I like barbecue sauce. That is where it's at. I would say my favorite condiments are barbecue sauce and mustard or Tabasco. Like Black Raven, have you ever heard of this fry sauce situation? This mixture of ketchup and mayonnaise? Yeah, I don't like it. I'm just not a mayo fan at all. Like, it's just, to me, it's just kind of tasteless goop. I don't understand the appeal of it. My biggest, probably, I would say my two biggest um, Masonic or food, like, I will die on this hill. Makes sense because where you're from, yeah, one of the people on the stream who was from the same place. My favorite, by the way, I will say this during this stream, we have met my favorite screen name has popped up. Coffee Stained Cup or Coffee Stained Mug was her username, and that was my favorite username on the stream ever. Um, but Coffee Stain was saying like, oh yeah, it's a big thing, and they're from the Midwest. So we got Black Raven. Well, the Midwest is wrong on this one, Black Raven. The Midwest is wrong. It's horrible. And you're gonna now, like, people are threatening to ruin hot dogs in Chicago with this. I have to live my life knowing this exists, you know? I was happy before. I was living in blissful ignorance. I didn't know this thing existed. Now I feel like I have to spend my time fighting some type of, I don't even know what it is. Monstrous, unholy abomination. You know? Like, does the president know about this? Does Trump know this thing exists? Can we get him focused on this? You know? Let's put aside everything else. Well, the Midwest. I mean, hey, I will say I like the Midwest. Well, do I? I love Chicago, which I guess is the Midwest, but I really don't have a lot of experience in the Midwest outside of Chicago. Um, would St. Louis count as the Midwest? Missouri? I've been in Indianapolis twice and really liked it. So, but only for just for a couple of days each time. So I don't really have good experience in the Midwest. It's all Chicago and Glenview, Illinois. Well, I am after the fry sauce. However, what is even worse is my good friend Courtney, who's going to become a Mason soon, which is awesome. He told me they put fruit punch in their coffee. And that is even, I think that might be worse. Like, you're taking coffee, it's been a whole thing, Black Raven. You don't even know. You don't even know, Black Raven. I'm gonna need some I'm gonna need some meditation just to deal with how I'm feeling about all these crazy food things right now. Fry sauce. So I was told fry sauce is basically just ketchup and mayonnaise mixed together. Now it looks like some of this stuff they're going fancy pants with it. I said we came to a kind of an agreement, which was I agreed that if you took if you took mayonnaise, ketchup, and Tabasco sauce and mixed them together, it might be okay because the Tabasco sauce would provide spice and heat, and the mayonnaise wouldn't just taste like I said, nothing goop. But I still was not a fan of it. Right, Black Raven, we got to get Coffee Stain Cup back on here because Coffee Stain Cup, you and I could deal with Courtney all together. You've seen Courtney on the stream before. We could just say like, this is some nonsense. You know, we cannot accept fruit punch and coffee. I don't know how anybody could, to be honest. The bunch of monsters. I know. That was talk to Courtney. He said it's a Texas thing. I have no idea. I don't even know what to say. I had no idea. Let's see what's happening on CNN. Oh, absolutely. Black coffee all the way. That's the best. Here's why though, Black Raven meditation, and I never told this story to my dad before. I don't think he knows. So he's gonna find out here if he's still on the stream. But so the first time I ever drank coffee, well, so my dad is still on the stream. He's saying whiskey. I don't drink, so I don't have that option. But I remember the first time I ever drank coffee, I was in the car with my dad. I was probably 6 or 7, and he got a coffee from McDonald's. I asked him if I could try some, and he said sure. And he drinks his coffee black. So I remember I tried it, and I thought it was disgusting, and I didn't drink it again for the longest time. Eventually, though, when I went to move to Ottawa, I started drinking coffee. I moved out, but I started drinking it with milk and sugar. And I worked at the Home Hardware, like the Home Hardware, the Home Depot store. And next to it, there was this coffee shop. And there was this girl from Australia. I had a crush on her. She worked in the coffee shop. She worked there. And every morning I'd go to get coffee. And she would always say, do you want your coffee with milk and sugar or do you take it like a man? And of course I had a massive crush on her, so I couldn't say with milk and sugar. So I had to say like a man. So I would force myself to drink black coffee just to appear manly in front of her. I never got her name. I never got her phone number. I think she had a boyfriend, to be honest, because I saw her leave with the dude a couple of times from the coffee shop because they'd come out and pass in front of the store. But nonetheless, I forced myself to drink black coffee, and now I don't know her name. I know nothing about her except to this day, if I ever think of drinking coffee with milk and sugar, I think about her, and I feel like she'd be disappointed in me. So I forced myself to keep drinking black coffee. But at this point, it's gotten to the point where I couldn't. I've tried actually coffee with milk and sugar again, and it just tastes too sweet and too gross to me. I've been trained to like it black, but coffee shop girl, wherever you are, I hope you're having a great life. You gave me the gift of drinking black coffee. So she was pretty too, so I'm sure she gave a lot of dudes that gift. I'm sure there are a lot of guys. Maybe it was some weird like cost saving thing. Like the boss told her, we need to stop people from taking all of our milk and sugar, so make them feel less manly if they do that. To save on sugar packets and save on like creamers or something. I don't know. You get 100% of what you don't ask for. However, I honor her influence on bringing you back to reason. Yeah. Maybe I should have been more of a man and asked her out. Who knows? Although, I got the black coffee out of it, so I'll take it. I will take it. And things tend to work out the way they're supposed to. I'm sure whatever dude it is that she would leave the coffee shop with was a good fella. Who knows? Maybe she's back in Australia at this point. I feel like she meant it and I dig her for it. Well, it was a weird, like, flex when I look back on it. I'm just. I have no idea. This is what she always said to me. I never heard her say it to anybody else, but I don't know if that was like. I wasn't paying attention to what she was saying to other customers. So I have no idea. But all she said to me was, milk and sugar are like a man. And what could I say? Like I said, I'm not entirely convinced it wasn't some weird cost-cutting mechanism on the part of the store um, to, like, save on sugar packets. But she was a pretty Australian lady. I remember she was blonde too. This is talking. Oh my gosh, how long has it been since I moved out, Dad? Because this is when I first moved out. Right, I got that job at Home Hardware. So 20 something years ago, 21 years ago, it would have been 2004. So 21 years ago, it would have been. So she'd probably be in her 40s now as well. I haven't thought about her for years. It's funny the memories that come back when you start thinking about things. I haven't thought about her in probably, gosh, 15, 16 years at least. Except in some ways, I think whenever I drink a coffee, a little piece of my heart thinks of her, because coffee always reminds me of her at some level. But yeah, she was cool people. Interesting enough, and the vote. Do you prefer meals before lodge or after lodge? Before 50%, after 50%. Okay. 2 and 2. I'm a before lodge guy. I think Masonic meetings go better when you have your dinner before lodge. I think it makes the lodge experience run more smoothly. I think it makes it more enjoyable experience for everybody. And it gives you a chance to kind of relax and decompress before you have to go into lodge. But welcome, if you're just joining us, please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Let me know how it's going and let me know anything you want to talk about. This is just kind of a free-for-all in the 24-hour live stream, which has been a blast. It is going to change the schedule tomorrow. I'm certainly not going to do a 1 a.m. live stream tonight because I will be sleeping. Tomorrow, I'll probably do a 1 p.m. live stream. However, I've also got my interview. I'm doing another interview with some brothers from Johnstown Masonic Temple. And I'll be posting that on Sunday. So the live stream schedule this next week may be a little bit wonky, put it that way. But we'll keep people informed as to what's going on. Lapis with the smiley face. Let me ask you, Lapis / occultist, have you ever found yourself forced to drink black coffee to impress a girl? And if so, did it work out well for you? And by the way, let me know what you guys think of this new leaderboard system on the live chat. You can see Lapis is number 1, Harry's number 3. I don't know who number 2 is. I'm still trying to figure it out if I'm a fan of it or not. I like how it works and how to work with the Freemasonry was number 2. Mason from Brisbane. Oh wow. Look at Lapis over here. Good morning, raised eyebrow. How is it going? I hope you had a good night. You were on the stream a bit last night, right? Before you smartly went to sleep, and I stayed up because I'm a crazy person. How's it going? How's your morning treating you? Like I said, I switched the live stream from the laptop to the phone. The laptop is starting to act a little bit funky, and also I just find sometimes I get different audience on the phone, so it's worth trying both types of live streaming. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. It became some things like there were some pretty contentious moments. One brother, or soon to be, told me that he puts fruit punch in his coffee, and that makes me very concerned. He said it's a Texas thing, so that makes me concerned for Texas. Then another two people, it was basically a rebellion in the chat, told me about their favorite type of condiment. Yes, raised eyebrow. Again, where were all of you? I'm sitting here defending the honor of coffee. You know, I'm fighting the good fight over here, and you're just sleeping in New York. Like, I don't even know, raised eyebrow. You don't even know. You don't even know. And then there was a whole fry sauce situation, which I don't want to get into, but it's a gross, disgusting sauce that the Midwesterners apparently swear by. I don't even know. Actually, raised eyebrow, I was going to ask you a question. For me, yes. Okay, raised eyebrow, where were you? I could have really used your help last night, raised eyebrow. You don't, like, I was fighting a battle. You know, you left your boy just hanging there. I'm fighting all these battles, and you know, you come in the next day. Well, that's fine, but because I didn't have you there, fry sauce is taking over the Midwest, and coffee and fruit punch is taking over the South, and I'm like the last line of defense. You should have known, raised eyebrow. You should have felt it. Fry sauce is a mixture of mayonnaise and ketchup. That is what they call fry sauce. And one of them said he was a Mason, and he said he's actually going to start putting fry sauce into little jars and giving it to new Masons once they're raised to the Master Mason degree as like a gift instead of a pin. Like that's what it's come to. He even threatened to drive to Chicago and put the fry sauce on a hot dog. That was what he was threatening me with, you know? But it's horrible. As you said, it's one or the other. Mixing them is just awful, right? Yes. Mixing them is just awful. Right? So you have people mixing fruit punch and coffee. You have people mixing mayonnaise and ketchup. I just don't know what the world has come to. You know? I just don't understand what the world is coming to. Having said that, though, I was going to ask you a question, raised eyebrow. As a New Yorker, have you ever watched a movie called Nick and Nora's Infinite Playlist? And do you feel like it accurately captured New York? Because it's one of my favorite movies. I haven't seen it for a while, but I love that movie. And I feel like it's kind of a love letter to New York City. And the one time I went to New York, I did not like it at all, but I kind of want to go back. And so whenever I think of New York now, I think of Nick and Nora's Infinite Playlist, which, like I said, I think it's a love letter to New York. And it's a great movie. Check it out, watch it. I don't know where it's streaming, but if you can watch it, I should say, don't spend money on it, for heaven's sakes. Don't want to spend money if you don't like it. But if you find it streaming for free or find it somewhere, watch it and let me know what you think of it, if you don't mind, because I'd love to know what a native New Yorker thinks of that movie, if it's an accurate New York representation. It feels like it's kind of a love letter to New York, but also making fun of New York. The fact that there's always people around. makes me laugh. Whenever people are getting into like a fight on the street, there's always like 10 gawkers commenting on the fight. There's always people around. Felt very New York. Um, I think that the show Broad City, I've never watched Broad City. Is it an HBO show? It sounds familiar to me though. I've had the chance to visit the Ground Lodge in New York once, but I couldn't get past the front doors or the receptionist because at that time I didn't have my dues cards with me. I'd been a Mason for like a year. Less than that, I still wasn't being professional about things or keeping my dues cards with me, and they wouldn't let me through to do anything, even to take a tour at the time because the tours weren't available. So there is absolutely zero privacy here. Okay, so that is a New York thing because, yeah, that's one of the jokes in the movie. Every time anything happens, some random passerby is commenting on it or making a joke about it or like cracking wise about it. And yes, I made the joke that if I dropped dead on the street, nobody would call 911, would take selfies with my body. At least they're taking selfies with your body. That's something. You're being immortalized that way. So take what you can get. Broad City is an American television sitcom created by and starring Ilna Glazer and Abby Jacobson. Day-to-day life in New York City. Okay, I'll check it out. By the way, if you're just joining us, thank you so much for being here. Please take a moment, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and let me know what you guys want to talk about when it comes to Freemasonry. This is kind of a free-for-all. I'm still super interested in this. Do you prefer meals before lodge or after lodge? Before is at 50%, after is at 50%. So we're 50-50, 3 votes and 3 votes. That is really, really cool. I thought it'd be, honestly, I thought after would be in the lead. So there you go. But please hit like, please hit subscribe. Share the stream with other people. Let them know where they can find it, all that good stuff. I did, but then I did a poll, and the poll was pretty clear. People supported me using my shirt sleeve as a serviette, so it's fine. I believe it was 100% yes. It's okay to use your shirt sleeve as a serviette, in fact. I like that raised eyebrow. I like that, and you're not wrong. Every now and then I'll go to a Masonic Lodge meeting. They'll be serving food beforehand, and they'll be serving like spicy chili or some type of soup with super spicy ingredients, and you're like, you're living dangerously. Even if you don't, poop your pants, just the farts alone could be toxic in a lodge room, especially from some of these older guys. So like, yeah, I'm with you. You're taking a pretty big risk. But hey, live life on the edge, right? Interestingly enough, I was talking way, way at the start of this adventure about Masonic, like if there's any type of, or there should be any type of requirements for certain certifications in order to not be a Mason, but to advance in Freemasonry. So for example, should a worshipful master be required to have first aid certification before he becomes a worshipful master? Which I think yes. But the other question was, should a junior warden be required to have a food handler certification before becoming the junior warden, so he knows the safe and proper way to handle food, store food, save food, all of that jazz, right? And I think yes as well. I mean, I even got my food handler certification just because I'm not a junior warden now, but I might be in the future, and sometimes I have to prepare food for Masons if the junior warden is not available. So it's nice to have it so I know safe ways to prepare food, safe ways to keep food. I know the risks, right? It's about trying to be there for my brothers as much as I possibly can be in as many different ways as I can be. Having first aid, having food handler certification. All that stuff matters, you know, and is relevant to our Masonic experience. Yeah, and it wasn't like I got mine. I got mine in. It took me about 4 hours. Probably less than that, actually, 3 hours to go through. And I had to do a double. I did a double course. I did food handler certification and WMIS because at Masonic Temple you have different chemicals. You'll have primarily cleaning chemicals, but sometimes you have boilers and they have chemicals, and you'll have kind of equipment of different sorts, and it's important to know how to be safe and what the thing. So I took a food handling certification course and a WMIS certification course. The whole thing took me maybe 3.5 hours. Took a test, passed. Cost me $25 Canadian, so not a particularly expensive situation either. And now I've got it. Like if I actually go through everything I have, certification wise, let me see if I can find it now. Certifications. I've got my first aid for opioid poisoning emergency certification, which is a specialized course for helping people who are suffering from opioid overdoses. I've got my working together the code and the accessibility for Ontario Disabilities Act. So how to serve people with disabilities in Ontario. I've got the business registry for this thing and for Patreon. I've got my WMIS certificate. I've got my food handler certification, which expires July 2030. I've got my Smart Serve in Ontario, which expires 2029, which allows me to be on the premise to serve alcohol. And I've got my first aid certification. So, and all these things last between 3 and 5 years. So, it's not as though it's some big inconvenience either to get it. Seven, looks like After has made it a little bit ahead. Rosalie says hello. Hello, Rosalie. How's it going? Please hit the like button. Let me know how you're doing. Pretty good is pretty good. Nothing's wrong with that. I hope you're having a good morning. It's a beautiful morning here in Windsor. I will say that. I'm doing well. Tired. It's been a long night. I've been trying this 24-hour stream to see how it goes. It's been great. I've got a lot of watch hours, a lot of people showing up. Trying to get more subscribers, but it's been going very well. A lot of good discussions on Freemasonry, a lot of good ideas. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I agree. It has been nice. Obviously, I'm very pooped at the moment. I've still got about 4 hours to go, 5 hours to go, between 4 and 5 hours to go. But that's okay. I am going to take a break on the stream around 11 because I'm going to need to run out and grab some coffee at that point. So I got 2 hours to go, but then I'll come right back. Don't worry. I won't be gone forever. So it'll be okay. But what I'll probably do is take my stream or take this stream and put it back to the window so you guys can look out at the Detroit River while I'm gone. You might even be able to see me. What I'll do is I'll wave from the street and see if you guys can see me. And Rosalie, if you want to take a few moments and hit some hearts, hit some likes, all of those things, all of those emojis, that always helps. After still in the lead. I am. I could throw a stone and it would land in the Detroit River. I'm very lucky the view I have. It's really beautiful. It's a really beautiful view. Especially on fireworks night, because I get to see the fireworks up close and share those. So that's really, really fun as well. I'm trying to think if even there's a place I could go. Oh, 8 votes. We're back to 50-50. Yeah. I mean, that is. I'll be back in 1 second to talk about that raised eyebrow. And I'm back. I mean, Windsor was always kind of famous, or I guess some would say infamous. I would say famous for being the place where Americans would like travel to get Cuban cigars, go to the Windsor Ballet, otherwise known as the Rippers. Or they could drink because the drinking age here was 19, there was 21. So Freemasonry was always kind of known for that. And Windsor was always kind of known for that, as being the place that people would go to party. Sarnia, Peoria, Petrolia as well, absolutely. It was all of those. So, that was very common. Um, I think a lot of times the mayors and the politicians of Windsor both hated that fact and loved that fact, right? They hated the fact that we were known as like Party City for a bunch of Michigan college kids, but they also loved the fact that they brought in the money. And so it's kind of one of those feelings of you kind of just accept it. But yeah, I think certainly one of my kind of quintessential Windsor stories is I was sitting there. I was in line at the bank machines at CIBC, and there's this like kid. He's early 20s. He looks like probably would have been 19, 20, and he's trying to take money out of the machine, and he goes, "What is?" He goes, "What is a checking account?" And I go, "It's checking." Right? And he goes, "What?" I go, "We just spell it differently here." But he was used to spelling checking Checking, right? As opposed to the Canadian way, Chequeuing. So, what is checking? I still think about that fella. This was probably 2010, 2015, between 2010 and 2015. So, I don't know, raised eyebrow. That's the question. And yes, I look north. That's one of my favorite things about, one of the cool little things about being in Windsor is I am looking north to get to America, which is, I think, really kind of a really fun thing, personally. What are some of the, I'm sure you did, what are some of the Ontario isms that you would pick up? Hey, I'm a child of the 90s. Well, kind of. I mean, I was born 1983, so I have some vague recollections of the 80s. And, certainly my love of horror, of 80s horror, it's probably thanks to my birth year. But, I mean, okay, but the 90s is when I kind of grew up, it's where I was, I was 7 in 1990 through to, I would have been 17 in 2000. I was 18 in 2001. So my formative years in some ways were during the 90s. I think the 90s were great. I remember the cool guys with the packs of Export A cigarettes. So they were selling Export A's at the school? Oh, darts. So that's Ontario term, right? Darts for cigarettes, because I feel like I've smoked off and on. I haven't smoked anytime recently, but I feel like that's a very Ontario term. There we go. Took me a second, but I got it. Got the camera set. I just had to plug in the phone to keep it charged. I don't know. Those kids don't sound cool to me. Not to be all after school special. You're not cool by selling. You don't get cool by selling cigarettes. Pitter patter, let's get at her. All right, that's another Ontario term. That's two. Yeah, but that's like a boonies term. That's not even like a real Ontario term. That's one of those things where you say that's like small town Ontario. But yeah, pitter patter, let's get at her. I feel like that's also a small town Manitoba thing. Well, do you ever watch like Letterkenny? Because that kind of is an example of all of that, right? All of those small town Ontario isms that kind of creep into our day-to-day vernacular. Hey man, being cool is overrated, believe me. I've never been cool. All the cool kids seem to have a lot of pressure put on them. Okay. See, I have not watched a ton of Letterkenny, but it always seems funny whenever I watch it. Wonder if there's any. I'm curious if there's any Masonic connections in Letterkenny. It just hit 11:11, so you're 2 hours ahead. How do you get it in the States? Or do you, is it on like streaming service or? It's on Hulu. I don't know what Shorzy is. I never heard of that one before, I don't think. Well, because Shorzy was a character, right? On Letterkenny, if I recall correctly. Vinny got his own hockey-themed sitcom that I guess does well. I just don't know about hockey to get it all. I'm a bad Canadian because I don't know much about hockey either, to be honest. To the extent that I follow any sports, it's all professional wrestling, which is a sport, by the way. But yeah, I don't really follow anything else. So I should. I know I'm a bad Canadian, but they can't revoke my Canadian citizenship for not following hockey, you know? They can try, but I'll fight them. Interesting. 9 votes. Do you prefer meals before lodge or after lodge? 56% after, 44% before. So I did think after would win, but it's not as high a margin as I thought it would be. So that's kind of cool. I'm curious to see what's happening in the news. If there's anything interesting. Anything about Freemasonry that will affect Freemasonry. I mean, everything affects Freemasonry in some way, shape, or form, right? But anything specific. Let's see what the X machine is saying. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where I used to close the window, but then I have to have the AC, and that was loud. So I'm just kind of accepting the fact that you're going to hear it through the window. Maybe it makes you a little bit homesick for Detroit. Which, by the way, Detroit is a great city, and Detroit has the largest Masonic temple in the world, to its credit. Not just the largest, yeah, the largest Masonic temple in the world. You know, it was before that, in, I forget the year, I think like 1905 or something, it was Chicago, my favorite town, and then it moved to Detroit, my other favorite town, or one of my favorite towns. So it's nice to see my favorite towns. It's nice to see my favorite towns representing Freemasonry so well. How long has it been since you've been back in Detroit? And if you do come back to Detroit, make sure you tour the Windsor Masonic Temple. It's pretty incredible. +10 years. Yeah, so it's been a minute. Order of Women Freemasons, yesterday, 20 hours ago, our Essex members proudly represented the Ontario Women of Freemasons at Sisted Hall Gordon Party in Braintree, Essex this weekend. A big shout out to the UGLE brethren for your support and encouragement. Good for UGLE for supporting and encouraging them, and good for the Order of Women Freemasons. Reposting that to my Twitter. Follow me on Twitter, by the way, at CAMERONADAMSO16. Oh my gosh, 2006. You're closer to 20 years than 10 years. So, well, there you go. That's it's unfortunate, but sometimes it happens. It's one of those things where the only time you make it back to places you love, or the only time you get together with people you love, is for a funeral. That unfortunately happens a lot more than probably we'd like it to that way. So. That happens with Freemasonry a lot as well. Sometimes you'll hear guys say a lot of times, like, the only time we get together in Freemasonry anymore is when there's a funeral. That's when you see people you never normally see. Okay, I mean, it's one of those things where it's probably tough, though, because you have a life and moving is hard, right? Even if it's something you want to do. It would have been a win-win, but there's probably a lot of different factors at play, so. Also, maybe then you will move back. I mean, I think most places have kind of a pull to them in different ways, right? Obviously, as you said above, you're in a place where if you drop down on the street, they wouldn't call 911, they would take selfies with you. So there is that to keep in mind, which, might make me want to move to Detroit. Because I feel like in Detroit, they might not stay with you, but they'll at least call 911 for you. They might, take your shoes or something, but they're going to call 911. Oh no, I'm going for coffee. Not coffee with any of this fruit punch fiasco. I'm not that crazy, but I'll go for the coffee. Actually, I think right now what I'm going to do is go for a washroom break. So I'll be gone for just a couple minutes. I've got all this pop running through me. Nobody caused any trouble. I've got my co-host, Mason the Moose here. He's going to keep an eye on you. I'm going to put him right there. Maybe. He's kind of there. You can kind of see him. So if you guys cause any trouble, he's going to let me know. I'll be back in a moment. All right. I promise that's not as alarming as it seems. I forgot they're doing some fire alarm testing today. Not on my floor, on the floors above, but I guess every now and then that might happen. So don't worry, I'm going to be okay. All right, and I made it back. Once again, Dad, though, I will not be having tea. I will be having coffee. He's my co-host. In about an hour and a half, I guess, I'll be taking off for some coffee. But like I said, I'm going to keep the stream going. I'll show you guys back out the river one more time. And if anybody joining has anything that they want to talk when it comes to Freemasonry, jump in the chat. Let me know. Good question. What has been the most challenging degree to earn in my journey? That's a really good question. I mean, in the simplest way, you'd probably have to say, well, it's not the degree itself, because it's the proving of the third. So, to get your first, you don't have to really earn anything. You just have to be accepted into lodge, and then you go through a degree. But I guess you have to earn it in the sense you have to convince the lodge that you'll bring honor on their choice, and you have to convince the lodge you're good people. But you're not really having to do any work in terms of memorization or anything like that. But then to advance from your first degree to your second degree, you need to put in some memorization work. You have to be able to answer some questions. And then to go from your second to your third degree, it's the same thing. After you get your third degree, though, you have to, if you want to become an officer in the lodge, you have to then also prove your third degree, which is basically you answer a series of questions, repeat an obligation. So the most challenging by default would have to be proving the third, because that has the longest obligation and a lot of questions. It's the most work to prove it. So, I mean, proving the third was really tough, but honestly, I never found it degrees to be that challenging to earn. For me, the challenge of it really came from when I had to switch and was no longer the Mason who had to take the degree, but I was now the master who had to organize the degree. That is where it's truly challenging, because now you're not responsible for your stuff exclusively. You're responsible for the entire lodge, and the entire lodge making sure that it's up to snuff, it knows what it's doing, you've done the practice. So it's very much its own very challenging situation. I'll be back in just one sec. Just gonna turn off this light. And so honestly, when it comes to Freemasonry, from my experience, the truly challenging part was not me proving my degrees. That was not challenging. Rather, the truly challenging part was me having to um, organize degrees for others and be responsible for those organizations. That was absolutely one of the most challenging parts of it. It's also part of it that I was really incredibly proud of to do successfully. What snacks do you have, Dad? What snacks do you got for England against Italy? Any game's good if it's in overtime, so if it goes into overtime, it'll be a good game to watch. England going in hard, Italy demanding. I don't know enough about soccer to know if there's some type of joke that's being said or if this is legitimate. If Italy's known for demanding yellow cards. Are you a soccer fan? Raised eyebrow. Who's your favorite team? Fair enough. I mean, again, I don't have. I guess by default, I would say Newcastle is my favorite soccer team, just because my pops is from that area, not from Newcastle itself, but close by. So I guess I'd say that. Okay, so how did the chili turn out? Because that's the question. Because you said yesterday you were making it. So, what did the chili taste like? Was it good? Did it work out? Although I really like ketchup chips, by the way. I think they are my favorite type of chip. chili was about 5 out of 10. Well, you can, at least you know now for the next time, you'll add more chili powder. You know, try and try again if at first you don't succeed. Uh, you'd have to define reach out, raised eyebrows. So, like, I would never go to directly to an individual, even if I thought he would be good for Freemasonry, and say, like, you should, oh, live your life on the edge, Dad. Come on, have fun, live your life on the edge. I would never, like, reach out directly to somebody and say, like, okay, you should join Freemasonry. But you could argue this whole live stream being on YouTube is me reaching out to people, right? And introducing people to Freemasonry. So I guess that's what you mean by that. Right, but it's one of those situations where I think we as Freemasons need to be more willing to reach out to people and talk about Freemasonry, talk about why we love Freemasonry. And in doing so, you know, because again, I feel like this podcast is me trying to reach out to people to talk about why I love Freemasonry. In some cases, it's about me trying to reach out to Freemasons to talk about why I love Freemasonry and why I think it's important that they treat it seriously. But in other ways, it's about me reaching out to just the public and including men in the public, talk about why I love Freemasonry and encouraging them potentially to be interested in joining Freemasonry as well. Right? So it's one of those situations where it's about everybody kind of trying to join together and reach out to one another. Not to put too fine a point on it. So I would never reach out to an individual and suggest they join Freemasonry, but I'm happy to reach out to the public through this stream and suggest they consider Freemasonry, if that makes any sense. And, you know, tapping on the shoulder one-on-one, I don't think I want to do it that way. What I'd say is, you know, let them know I'm a Freemason, wear the ring or the shirt or the whatever it is, tell people I'm a Freemason, and then hope that they will approach me to discuss it. I do understand, though, like, to be one, ask one does put people in a situation where if they're naturally nervous or have anxiety, they may be hesitant. They may want somebody to approach them because they're nervous about taking that first step of asking. And so, just like you say, not everyone knows what to ask or who to ask in the first place. And so that does create challenges, right? And it's not an easy challenge to solve. I think hopefully if Freemasons are as open and honest about what they, you know, what Freemasonry is, why they do it, and why they love it, then hopefully that will make anxious people comfortable about approaching somebody, right? So, you know, if I try to wear the square and compasses, talk about Freemasonry openly, talk about it often, be kind and nice, and people want to hang out with me, one of the benefits of doing that is hopefully it will encourage anxious, introverted people, give them the confidence to come up and talk to me about it. But I have to put out that aura first that I'm approachable and that people will want to talk to me, right? But no, you're not wrong. Good. Well, then I'm glad that that happened. And it might be worth Freemasons spending a little bit more time looking at tapping on shoulders and planting seeds, right? It doesn't hurt anything to consider it. Just understand how you're doing it and also making sure you're not going the opposite direction, which is putting undue pressure on somebody to join, which could also be dangerous, right? People may think that all they're doing is giving a gentle tap on the shoulder and encouraging people to join, but you don't want to be in a situation where the person who gets the tap on the shoulder maybe starts to feel a little bit like they're being pressured. So it's a balancing act, right? Yeah, it's not a bad idea. And certainly, and I hope that maybe this podcast has encouraged people to, even if they don't get the tap on the shoulder, has encouraged them potentially to want to check out Freemasonry and learn more about it. So yeah, I definitely hope that's the case. No, Dad. See, look what's happening now. Even my own father has turned on me. Even my own father here has turned on me and is dipping mayonnaise in ketchup chips. That is where we're at now in this world. So this is what it's come to. Even my own father has abandoned me. My own father and my own brother. Absolutely. Yeah, and there might be people out there who don't have a community to rely on. They don't have a community to support them. And if they do not have Freemasonry it doesn't have to be Freemasonry either. It can be a lot of different things. But if they do not have Freemasonry to support them, and if somebody sees that and sees that they can potentially benefit from Freemasonry, there could absolutely be a lot of benefits to that for them. So, no, I think it's worth exploring 100%. You're not wrong. I mean, that's a big issue, right? And that's why I discussed Angry Allen before, right? I think, but the fact that they're not bringing up Freemasonry is because, right, like if Andrew Tate tells his followers to join Freemasonry, well, then the consequence of that is they're not going to be interested in listening to Andrew Tate anymore because ultimately what Freemasonry tries to support is the opposite of the Andrew Tates of the world, right? So it's a self-preservation thing, right? If you as a self-help guru are giving people the tools to help themselves, you're kind of out of a job. right? Unless the tools you're giving to help themselves all come from you. Then it's a little bit different, right? And that's what a lot of them do. Unfortunately, for better or worse, is they give you tools, but those tools are reliant on coming back to the same person over and over and over again. Courtney, welcome. Now, when you say coffee time, we need to talk about what you mean by coffee time. Because if you mean you're going to put fruit punch in your coffee, we're all going to be very sad about that situation. Raised eyebrow is very sad that you would do such a thing. Right, raised eyebrow? Defend me here. Get involved in this. Yes, keep fruit punch out of your coffee. You're hurting raised eyebrow. Is that what you want? That poor man, he's done nothing to anybody. He's just out here living his life, trying to live his life. By the way, though, I hope everybody is doing well. Thank you for joining. Yes, my phone is recharging right now, actually. I've got it on here. We're all just sitting here trying our best, and now we have to know that coffee and fruit juice exists in the world. Having said that, I hope you're doing well. Courtney, I know that you had a long night like me, but I appreciate you being back here this morning to hang out with me once again. And if you've not done so, hit that like and subscribe button. Coffee flavored coconut water, that sounds terrible also. I mean, I usually like coffee flavored things, but you know, I don't know about that. Oh, it happens. Apparently it's a Texas thing. So, you know, we'll all have to know that. If I have to know that such a thing exists, then so do you. Only the strong. See, it's a Texas tradition. That's where we're at now. Look, you've disappointed Bandit. This is Bandit. Bandit is disappointed in coffee and fruit punch. Look what you've done to Bandit. Hi. Mwah. Best cat ever. Oh, although she's kind of being difficult at the moment. You're fine. Well, I mean, I will agree with what Courtney's saying. Only the strong survive that. If you are drinking black coffee with fruit punch in it, then yes. Or if you're drinking coffee of any sort with fruit punch in it, then I 100% agree. Only the strong will survive that. So you have to be a strong person. But I don't want to be that strong, you know? There's too much strength there for me. Yeah, that is Bandit. The best cat ever. Although it's summer, so the best cat ever is shedding like crazy. I'm covered in cat hair at the moment. Oops. Oh, so I can tell you a story about the dash of salt thing. When so we have the Windsor Masonic Temple Coffee Club, which I love. It's a great coffee club. It's something I'm very proud of that we have. We used to have somebody run it, and he would make the coffee every morning, and he would put salt in the coffee. I used to hate that. Because he would put so much in. I mean, I don't like any salt in the coffee at all, but a little bit I can accept. But his coffee tasted so salty. It drove me crazy. I mean, I will take a latte macchiato. I will take that over a coffee and fruit punch. Don't get me wrong. So at least that's better. That's something. But I know, I've heard of people who put occultist, lapis. I know people who put butter in their coffee. I think it's gross too. I don't get it. But again, it's better than um, fruit punch. Honestly, maybe not. It's all terrible. Just have your coffee black, or have a fancy drink like Courtney. Have a latte macchiato. You know, that's all you need. We don't need to. You don't need to go gussing it up with some of this stuff. As I'm sitting here trying to clean up the space a little bit after an all-nighter of all sorts of snacks. It's been fun, but now it's a mess I gotta clean up. So, where'd you get the latte macchiato from? Did you make it, or is it, Courtney, did you make it, or uh, did you buy it from somewhere? Did you get it from like a Starbucks? Well, Black Raven, I took your advice. Oof, and I got charcuterie boards, not the fancy ones, but I got some meats and some cheeses and some crackers. Those were awesome. Those tasted great, so I got those. Um, I had cookies. I've had pop. I've had granola bars, which is now empty. So I've had all the different snacks basically. I feel like I've eaten all the snacks I can. Sicilian. So she must love coffee then. So it was your vote in fairness, so I took your vote and ran with it. Because I feel like Italians are known for having like really good coffee. Any charcuterie board is good. I mean, I love meat, I love cheese, I love all that jazz. It's the best. Meats, cheeses. One of my, like antipastos, that's truly where it's at. That's my favorite thing in the world. I love antipastos. Like you get at a restaurant, like it's just like an Italian restaurant. Stuff is so good. Huge Italian spaghetti and some of the best coffee. I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, I feel like whenever a place is known for having really good food, one of the other things it has is going to be really good coffee. Almost by default, you know? You're going to see the really good food and the really good coffee at the same time. Let's see if I can move this over a little bit. Yeah, that's better. 10 votes. Do you prefer meals before or after lodge? We are back to 50-50. It's been an interesting race. I am about that, yes. I'm about 19 hours in. How's it going with you? How are you doing? What has been new since 12 hours ago or something like that? Whatever it's been. No, and we have people on the stream now who understand where I'm coming from and who agree with me. Fry sauce is not king. You should not mix mayonnaise and ketchup. You should keep it separate. Other people on the stream assist me. Jump in there. We were talking about this while Buddy Cole was away. And Buddy Cole, if you voted for lodge dinners before meetings, let me know why you would pick before. What you think is better about having lodge dinners before meetings. Really, no one's gonna jump on now and defend me on this attack regarding fry sauce. That's fine. That's how it goes. Well, honestly, you might not be alone in that, though. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of people who, especially not saying you're an older person, but maybe a lot of people who are older Masons who maybe have trouble eating after a certain time. That's something you need to keep in mind. Although the benefit of eating before a meeting is if you got a junior warden that's on top of the situation, he can always make sure to, make sure there's leftovers or desserts or something so that people who prefer to eat after can eat after. If you have your meals exclusively after lodge, you're kind of stuck. But if you have your meals before lodge, you can always make sure there's something left over afterwards, or at least you can hope so. Oh, I just got a message. I think I got a photo. I'm assuming it's an invitation to a baseball game on August 30th. Which we talked about this before, but if you are a Mason and you're dark over the summer, like your lodge isn't meeting, that's not an excuse to just stop doing things. You still have a responsibility to try to make sure that you, as much as possible, are taking part in Masonic events and that type of stuff, right? Let me see. If I can figure this, if I can find this information. Alan Long. So Alan. August 30th, 1 p.m. Okay, cool. Anybody wants to play baseball, you want to be in Windsor, and you're a Mason, not even a Mason, you're just a friend of mine, August 30th, 1 p.m. What else we got going on? Oh, we got Morton Grove Lodge at Glenview Masonic Temple with Right Worshipful Brother Spooner practicing their work. That is awesome. Spooner's a really cool dude, and he's a great Mason. See, still nobody jumping on to explain to Buddy Cole why fry sauce is not good. But fry sauce is not good. So that's fine. Back to being alone once again. Oh, there are people on the chat. I will show you later. I will find people on the chat. And I will make sure people can see that. No, people said it's not good. I don't know where they all went, but nonetheless, they all said it's not good. See, but even adding relish, like, no, that's not okay either. I don't like this at all. You're taking, once again, you're taking an okay condiment, which is ketchup, which is just okay. You're adding a bad condiment, which is mayonnaise, and you're just going to make a worse condiment altogether. Yeah, but I don't know about Midwesterners, right? I'm questioning a lot of things on this chat after today. I'm questioning on, Texas and their coffee. I'm questioning Midwesterners and their sauces. Oh, I think I got a Twitter message happening here. I mean, for me, when I think of Twitter, or sorry, when I think of Twitter, when I think of the Midwest, my Midwest is Chicago, right? That's always where I kind of think of the Midwest as. Now, in fairness, raised eyebrow, I'm not a fan of vinegar on fries either. For me, with fries, I will go um, with ketchup, so long as I can add Tabasco sauce to it. That is where it's at. Fries with Tabasco. Or sorry, ketchup and Tabasco. Good spicy ketchup. That's the good stuff. But I feel like vinegar on fries, I feel like that's a coastal thing. That's like a coast town. Yeah, I'm with raised eyebrow. You don't really need, like, black pepper on fries is great. Black pepper and cheese on fries. Like, oh, I gotta reach this thing down here. What's the word I'm looking for? Like Parmesan cheese or something like that on fries. That's the best. I agree. Too many sauces. It's like the food isn't that great and they're trying to cover it up. I do not disagree with you. Just watch the next meeting at the Masonic Lodge. There'll be some, like, I don't even know. There'll be some fry sauce situation. I'll go in I'll spend the whole day feeling like something's wrong, and all of a sudden, I will, I'll end up, with fry sauce on the table or something. I'm just going to invite somebody to join if they want to. Give me 1 second. Join the stream. Yeah, I'm feeling sleepy, Spirit, but I'm okay. I'm doing fine. I will be getting some coffee soon, and we're going to be kind of taking a bit of a break while I go get some coffee because I desperately need a coffee in 1 hour or so. I'll be leaving, and we're going to put this stream out to my window. You can watch the Detroit River. I'm going to grab some coffee, and I'll be back for the end of the stream. But Spirit, how's it going? Oops. Oh, coffee is going to taste so good. I suspect that the coffee I'm about to have is going to be like the best coffee ever. And I cannot wait. I just gotta wait for the coffee place to open up next to me. I can run and grab a whole bunch. Oh, you guys are all... I'm tempted to order a pallet of fry sauce. You know what? If you did, it would be a funny story. Like, if nothing else, I would talk about it for years to come as like Buddy Cole shipped me fry sauce. Whereas, I also had, once again, my favorite username ever on this stream, Stained Coffee Cup, said she'd ship me some good coffee. So I will have this fry sauce abomination, which I will not give to my lodge. I will give to the other lodges. I will not denigrate my poor lodge with this. And good coffee, it'll be great. And this, despite your best efforts, is what your channel has led you to. Pallets of sauce delivered to your lodge in your name. Yes, I know. Here I am, trying to explore the ways in which Freemasonry was and is relevant to the communities in which it's located. And what do we get? Pallets of fry sauce delivered to the lodge. That's what I've been reduced to. I'm excited to pair it with Mason's cheese. You'd ruin the perfectly good cheese with your fry sauce. That's where we're at now. This expensive Mason's cheese. And we are, putting fry sauce on it. Honestly, that sounds like the grossest thing in the world. I cannot think of anything that sounds grosser than putting ketchup and mayonnaise, really just on any type of cheese, but especially super expensive cheese. If you thought that Tyler was mad at me, or that Treasure was mad at me before and would rise from his grave, just wait until, he found out about this. And now the future of Masonry is sauces. It might be, who knows? There's been decades of debate as to what the future of Masonry is. Maybe the future of Masonry is, in fact, sauces. Might work, who knows? $12 votes. See, no, not on hot dogs. Hot dogs, mustard and onions or nothing. Once you start putting ketchup of any sort, oh, you're one of those? I figured you were. I wasn't even going to ask the question because I was too scared. See, for me, scrambled eggs, Tabasco sauce. That's where it's at. One thing I'm surprised at is Masonic lodges for refreshments don't do more of the like breakfast for dinner things. Where after lodge or before lodge, you have a pancake dinner or, some type of breakfast scenario. Because Masons love breakfasts. Yes, raised eyebrow. We are back on the same page. I concur. That is how you do it. That's all you need. Chili and raw white onions. Perfect. So the fact, I do notice you're going, so you put the fry sauce on the bottom, then you put cheddar cheese on, then you put the hot dog, then you put the green salsa. I don't even know, like, why is the fry sauce on the bottom and why is it separated by the cheese? What is the purpose of that? Because wouldn't you want the cheese on top of the hot dog to melt over the hot dog? If it's under, won't it just get all gloopy or whatever? Not to start a thing. Black Raven, I think your cat may have gone over your keyboard. But the bun gets soggy because he's putting the fry sauce right onto the bun. So the bun is going to get soggy because the fry sauce is going to make it soggy. So that's not going to work at all. That's going to be the opposite of a success. You're almost in the best bet of like toast. You have to toast the bun then, clearly. How fast can you eat it though? Like I have often struggled with soggy buns, right? And I'm man enough to admit it. I find when I'm eating a hot dog, if you don't toast the bun, it almost inevitably gets soggy. Even if you even if you have nothing on it but the hot dog, because the hot dog is steaming and it condenses and that becomes a thing. I think if you're putting your fry sauce on the bun first, that bun is going to get soggy. I just don't think it can be avoided. I think you're fooling yourself and pretending that's not the case, but you know that's the case. Face it, you know that's the case. But that's where you go with the mustard. See, toasting the bun is optimal. I concur. I mean, I like steamed buns as well. I feel like this is going to get flagged for something. I like steamed buns also. I mean, I will say, for me, when I think of like ultimate summer food, it's hot dogs. Because back in the day, I volunteered. Why do you refuse? See, mustard is the best on a hot dog. Mustard is where it's at. There's a reason why Lamar Kendrick is not saying put some fry sauce on the beat. He's saying put some mustard on the beat for a reason. Right? It would sound weird if, as he's accusing Drake of doing things with children, he said put some fry sauce on the beat. Lamar is saying mustard on the beat for a reason, because mustard is the best. I mean, I agree, a good hot dog stands alone, but I will go mustard and onions. I think that's where it's at. But back in the day, I used to volunteer at this nature center in Winnipeg called Fort White Nature Center, which, if you ever find yourself in Winnipeg, by the way, get yourself there if you can, because it's so awesome. It's one of the coolest places ever. Anyways, I would volunteer at birthday parties where kids would come and you take them around the different nature trails and play games or whatever it is, right? And they would always bring out the barbecue and make hot dogs for the birthday party. And so ever since then, whenever I think of hot dogs, I think of Fort White Nature Center and I think of summer. So yeah, I like hot dogs. They used to make fun of me in law school because I would go to the local Mac's convenience store and just eat, I'd order like a hot dogs from there. And they used to say it's gross, it's disgusting. Mac's has terrible hot dogs, but I don't know. They were like $2 and they were delicious. So how can I complain? So long as I don't know what's in them, I'm happy. I don't need to have all the information. And please, by the moment, if you're just joining me, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let me know how it's going. And if you want to chat about Freemasonry, 12 votes. Do you prefer meals before lodge or after lodge? And we have got right now, after is back in the lead. Interesting. Community. Nice. There was a time when Community was my favorite television show. Not anymore. It's been surpassed a couple times, but there was a period, for a couple years there where there was not, an episode I would miss. I loved it. It was, in my opinion, the greatest. It was probably for a good 4 years my favorite television show and just an excellent show altogether. Also, I'm sure, Buddy Cole, as a Freemason, you really love and appreciate the air conditioning repair school subplot, which was one of my personal favorite subplots. I loved it. And I thought that they were kind of taking the fun of Freemasonry, which I did not mind at all. Anytime they have like a secret society in any of these kind of shows. What's your favorite season of Community? That's the ultimate question. For me, by the way, it'd be season 2, but I really, really loved season 6. I thought Frankie was a great character. I feel like most shows do tend to hit their peak at like season 2. It's rare that you have shows that kind of get better the longer they go on. Even season 4, I liked season 4 a lot. I know it's the gas leak year, blah, blah, blah. People always knock it. I thought it was a great season of television, right? I genuinely enjoyed it. Probably my 6 seasons and a movie. Probably my favorite, one of my favorite episodes of Community was Her Story of Dance, where they had the girl who's saying, what, damn, I wish I was your lover, whatever it was. That was a great episode. I am also waiting for the movie. 6 seasons and a movie. They made that promise to us, You'd think they would be cool enough to follow through with it. Has the delirium set in yet? No, I think I'm still pretty doing okay. I mean, unless none of you are really here, and I'm just talking to like a blank screen, a black mirror, which could be very possible. But if that's the case, then maybe none of us exist. I think the issue was getting Donald Glover, right? To be in the episode, because Donald Glover's always super busy, not just with his rap, but with like Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Although I've been watching one of my favorite TV shows, and by the way, this might be kind of fun to talk about. This kind of brings me into a good subject. One of my favorite TV shows is right now probably my favorite show of like 2025 is The Bear, and I mean I haven't watched Atlanta, but I want to. But sorry, The Bear television show. Britta, I forget the actress's name. Um, was stars in The Bear season 4 as Richie's ex-wife. And honestly, I've talked in the past about The Bear and Freemasonry and why I think The Bear has some lessons for Freemasonry. More specifically, um, the idea of unreasonable hospitality. Oh, I love that episode. That was corporate. That was, I mean, one of probably funniest scene in Community is when Chang gets his idea shut down and he just starts to cry about like whatever it is he's so sad about them not going with his idea to bear down for midterms. That was hilarious. That was a really, really great, funny episode. You know, it's a bear dance. But no, The Bear, it's streaming on Disney Plus. That's how I've got it. But Unreasonable Hospitality. So one of the executive producers of The Bear wrote, he ran what was considered the best restaurant in the world for like several years. I'm trying to find it here so I can talk about how we as Freemasons. So, as I say here, right, I've been watching the much lauded and deservedly lauded series The Bear. As with everything, my thoughts while watching The Bear turned to Freemasonry. Specifically, what insights from The Bear can be applied to Freemasonry aside from a better green bean recipe? If you know, you know. The Bear uses insights from Unreasonable Hospitality, the remarkable power of giving people more than they expect, by Will Guidara. The book itself has a season 2 cameo in fan-favorite episode Forks. Will Guidara is also a series co-producer and himself has a season 3 cameo. Unreasonable Hospitality involves seeking out ways to create extraordinary experiences by giving people more than they could ever possibly expect or imagine. Square Compass Promotions ordered the book. We can't wait to read it. In the interim, I've been watching several Will Guidara interviews, talks regarding the idea of unreasonable hospitality, and found several insights which could benefit Freemasonry. Insight 1. Make sure the experience extends beyond what is normally considered the end of the experience, or make sure the Masonic experience extends beyond the end of the meeting or event. Will Guidara, hereafter the author, wrote Unreasonable Hospitality based on practices he developed while operating 11 Madison Park, at the time named the #1 restaurant in the world. One of these practices was to give every customer at the end of their meal a take-home container of granola. The author developed this practice to extend this customer's experience beyond the end of the meal. In Freemasonry, do we engage with membership after a Masonic event or meeting ends? Do we engage in the following days, weeks to see how they are doing? Is there a way to ensure the Masonic experience extends beyond the end of a meeting? Could we give them ideas to ponder or Masonic insights to engage them between meetings or events? Could we ask them at the end of the meeting, I want every Mason to think about 3 things he loves about Freemasonry and bring those 3 things back to the next meeting to discuss, right? That now extends the experience beyond the end of the meeting itself. Insight 2, relentless intention for every touch point. Right? The author defined touch points as points at which a customer connected or interacted with the restaurant, starting as soon as the customer called for a reservation. The author noted that most businesses don't realize how many touch points exist with the customer. I would note, or we would notice for Encompass, that most Masonic bodies don't realize how many touch points they have with the average member, or even the public. Touch points such as correspondence, including the summons, communications via phone, paying dues, walking through the door, signing the attendance book, being greeted by the Tyler, the worshipful master's welcome, the meeting, refreshments, social media, building conditions, website. In the case of visiting brethren, all of the above touch points still exist, with the added touch point of potential investigation upon arrival. So you think about, let's say you're a visitor to a lodge. What are the touch points? Well, the first touch point is actually when you find the lodge website or call the lodge to get the information as to when the meeting is taking place, right? Then it goes to when you show up and the investigation committee, any correspondence you receive, communications with the lodge via phone, paying of, not paying of dues or a visitor, but walking through the door, signing the attendance book, being greeted by the Tyler, hearing the worshipful master welcome you, the meeting itself, refreshments, seeing anybody, or communicating through social media and the condition of the building and the website. Right? As Masons, we should be relentlessly intentional in ensuring these touch points are approached with thoughtfulness, clear purpose, and care for desired results. We should ask ourselves the following questions. What is the desired result of a meeting? What is the desired result of refreshments? What is the desired result of correspondence? What is the desired result of a website? What is the desired result of having or maintaining our buildings? The author states, sometimes the smallest enhancements to the least obvious touch points can have the most dramatic effect on the experience. What small enhancements can your Masonic body make that will improve the overall membership experience or community relationship? Insight 3, create systems, systematize. I have been talking a lot. I need to go get something to drink because my throat. I'll be back in a moment. All right, and I'm back. Systematize. The author noted that many sports teams review tape to see what they did wrong, but not to see what they did right. In his restaurant, the author ensured the staff reviewed failures and successes. Failures to determine what went wrong and how to avoid those things in future services, and successes to determine what went right and how to implement those things in a systemic way in future services. If a Masonic body had a successful meeting or event, that body, or at least the officers therein, should take a few moments to review what made the meetings or events successful and then create a system to ensure those things are present at the next meeting. In Freemasonry, far too often we gloss over successes without asking how we achieve those successes and, more importantly, how to create a system to ensure continued success. Put systems behind success to ensure it continues. The sandwich method. So compliment, critique, compliment, Rondo, that's the sandwich method, right? Insight 4, be grateful. As the author noted in several interviews, being grateful is vital. A Masonic body should be grateful for every member who takes the time to attend a meeting. Newer members should also understand why attendance is important or vital and show gratitude to those members who attend their degrees, as an example. You're having a degree, a member shows up to watch, he doesn't have any work to do, he just wants to watch you in your degree, then you know what? You should say thank you for showing up. It means a lot that you were here. I'm grateful that you attended just to watch, not even because you had any work to do. You know? And that reminds that member his attendance is important. His attendance matters. It's not just about the work you have to do. You know what I mean? In 2022 and 2023, Square and Compass engaged with Windsor Gift Giving Company, Insight 5, Gifts, Local is Better. In 2022 and 2023, Square and Compass engaged with Windsor Gift Giving Company 519 Culture, which created personalized gifts for Masonic leadership and our Square and Compass patrons. And actually, I've posted a bunch of those gifts on my social media channels, including Instagram, if you want to see them, to give yourself maybe some ideas as to how you guys can proceed with, local gifts. For his restaurant, the author ensured his customers left with a personalized gifts to ensure customers had a personalized experience. The author employed in his restaurant a Dreamweaver to help create a personalized experience for the guest or customer. These included personal gifts. Many Masonic bodies have pins, coins, or other branded items which they give to visitors, new members, etc. Some Masonic buildings have similar items. In January 2024, the Windsor Masonic Temple held 2 special events which included gifting visiting dignitaries with personalized gifts that highlighted both the Windsor Masonic Temple and Windsor, Ontario. One such personal gift? Perhaps the most special or most fun part of the unveiling was when the Windsor Spitfires presented Most Worshipful Brother Thomas W. Hogaboom, Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of Free and Ancient Accepted Freemasons, with a custom Spitfire jersey with the number 22 assigned to honor both the Windsor Masonic Temple's opening year, 1922, and the year 2022 the Most Worshipful Brother was elected. So it was a custom jersey of our local sports team that had the Grand Master's name on the back of the jersey and that special number underneath. For those people who were connected to the Windsor Masonic Temple but were not able to attend the events, the Windsor Masonic Temple created and mailed gift packages. The same type of unreasonable hospitality can exist when traveling. Being a traveling Freemason means, while visiting, supporting the businesses of and the people of the community. When Square Comes Motions visits our brethren in the Glenview Masonic Temple, we purchase macaroons from a local bakery to bring. So, for example, Rondo, or Buddy Cole, or anybody, I'm going to use Buddy only because I remember where Buddy is from, and I can't remember where Rondo is from. So forgive me. Buddy, if you're still there, what is like the main sports team in Utah? Or actually not, I'm going to go that. In your neck of the woods, is there like a local sports team? Like maybe a university team that plays, or some type of local sports team that is really popular in the world of Utah. Because if you think about it, let's say the most worshipful Grand Master were to ever come down to your area to attend a meeting, I'm sure you would normally give the most worshipful Grand Master a pin or, some token of appreciation, maybe a donation to his charity. If he has one, a lot of Grand Masters do, and all that stuff is great. But imagine how cool it would be if you gave him a jersey from a local sports team that has his name written on the back and, some type of number that has significance to him. How important and cool and how memorable that would be for him. He would absolutely remember that forever. It'd be a really, really special moment for him. Same thing with anybody else in the stream, right? It's like, I'm not knocking, by the way, by any means, pins or coins. Those things are awesome. I have a massive Masonic pin collection, a coin collection. I think that stuff is great. But sometimes it's about that personal touch. There are a few universities probably around here in southern Utah. You've got Utah State, Utah Tech University, Southern University, and University of Nevada. But honestly, I haven't kept up with sports. Well, still, imagine if when the Grandmaster came, you got him a custom jersey from the University of Nevada, or not Nevada, Las Vegas. You got him a custom jersey from the sports team from Utah Tech University, but the jersey had his name on it and some type of special number. Insight 6, give gifts and be present, right? The author explained the light bulb moment which led to the concept of unreasonable hospitality happened because he was present, both physically and in terms of concentration. You're not wrong, raised eyebrow. These symbols absolutely identify in-groups and out-groups, but hopefully we can find a way to, in my opinion, in Freemasonry, the goal should be to reduce the distance between the in-groups and the out-groups as much as we possibly can. So for example, when I gave the Grandmaster the Spitfires jersey with his name on it, right, you could argue that the jersey is a symbol used to identify an in-group, Windsor residents and Spitfire fans or Spitfire players or just the Spitfires. It's a symbol used to represent Windsor. The name of the Grandmaster is a symbol used to represent Freemasonry. By combining the two, I was able to hopefully reduce the amount of distance or space between two different in-groups, right? So you have the Masonic in-group, you have the Spitfire in-group, and what you do is and I'm a big believer in this, I think we as Freemasons need to do this, you find a way to try to bring the groups together as much as you can. That doesn't mean that the Masons are going to start playing for the Spitfires, nor does that mean that, we're going to start telling the Spitfires all the Masonic secrets. But that means that now there is a relationship between the Windsor Spitfires and Freemasons, which can and has come in handy many times since. Most recently, we had a special event. We had a fish fry, and the Spitfires donated a signed hockey stick to us. So, I don't want the in-group, out-group dynamic to become too prevalent in Freemasonry. I think that's dangerous. I think, unfortunately, sometimes Freemasons have thought in that way, of in-group, out-group. I think ultimately it's far better if we think less in those terms and more in terms of how can we be welcoming to as many people as possible and reduce the space between us and the local community and quote unquote some of those out groups for whatever it's worth. Let me know if that made sense. Stuff is falling. Give me 1 second. I'm going to keep on reading this Unreasonable Hospitality story. And again, I think that we in Freemasonry can take a lot of benefits from it. I haven't gotten anywhere. I just got to reach for something that's fallen down on me. Be back in a moment. Okay. But I agree, Buddy Cole. I don't know where your neck of the woods is, but if you have any sports teams, again, you're now creating a relationship by creating a gift like that. And it's personalized, so the Grandmaster is going to 100% remember it as well. So being present. So give gifts, be present. The author explained that his light bulb moment, which led to the concept of a reasonable hospitality, happened because he was present, both physically and in terms of concentration, when a customer in his restaurant made a comment he overheard. If the author had not been paying attention, had not been present, he may not have overheard the comment, which led to the entire concept discussed in this medium story. If the author had not been paying attention, he had not been present, his restaurant may not have been named the best restaurant in the world. In our Masonic meetings or events, how often are we present both physically and, more importantly, in terms of concentration? Do we sit in meetings and pay attention to what is being said, or do we zone out? And if we zone out, what are we missing? Come on. Getting my cat once again. Right? It's so easy, I think, in Freemasonry to sometimes, if you've been to, and I get it, you've been to 100, 200, or it feels like 100, 200 degrees. Do you really want to, pay attention at the 101st? But you have no idea what might be being said that you're missing. If you're present, you might hear something that might spark an idea for you, that might make you think about trying to do something differently. I've been as guilty of this as anybody myself, of sitting in a lodge meeting and I'm bored and I'm not paying attention, and I miss out on the education or whatever it is, and I look back at the end of the meeting and think, do I even know what happened? Could I even say what happened during that meeting, right? And I get it, it's going to happen. You're busy, you've been to a million of these meetings, but you still, I think, should try as much as you can to be present. And sometimes you have to really kind of refocus on being present, for whatever it's worth. I think that is something we need to keep in mind. So I guess ask yourself, do you ever find yourself zoning out during a Masonic meeting, and what can you do to ensure that you are remaining present? Do you have any kind of tricks that you do? And if you do, put them in the chat, because believe me, other people could use them as well. Insight 7. If you want them to be there when you need them, then you need to be there when they need you. This is kind of a more obvious one, but I think a lot of people forget about this, right? In Freemasonry, visitation is so vital and so important for so many reasons. Visitation improves a Masonic career. Visitation also ensures that the visitor's Masonic body will receive visitors, in turn, visitors that can assist that body when needed, right? Make it worth it. So if I'm a worshipful master of a lodge and I'm planning events and I know that I need help, if I've never visited any other Masonic lodges, if I've never showed up for any other Masonic lodges, how likely is it that they're going to show up for me when I need them, right? You need to show up and help. Well, the fact, Buddy Cole, that you have a auditory processing disorder and you say, you zone out here and there is pretty impressive, because for me, I don't have an auditory processing disorder, and I feel like I zone out all the time. So you're doing a lot better than me. But making a commitment to be present, I think, is really critical and important, and trying to figure out, okay, why am I zoning out? Is it, in my case, I find zone out happens when I start to feel like I'm kind of just bored or going through the motions, or I'm just burnt out of Freemasonry because I've been doing so many meetings. I just don't want to pay attention anymore. I find that all that stuff is where I get burned out from, and it's where we as Freemasons need to kind of reassess and readjust. But again, the fact that you have a auditory processing disorder and just zone out here and there is pretty impressive, and something I would be very, very proud of. Right? A character in The Bear, Richie, notes that the term Garrett notes that the term hospitality includes the word hospital. Hospitality is about taking care of people. Are we as Freemasons taking care of our brothers, our community, and our lodges? Right? So that was the first kind of foray I had into Freemasonry and the Bear and Unreasonable Hospitality. And then the second one, part 2, and this is all on Medium, by the way. And buddy, if you can follow me on Medium, everybody watching this, I would truly, truly appreciate it. Was after I found the book. Before that was all based on interviews by Will Gardere, the author, again, who ran for about 10 years, I think, the #1 restaurant in the world. And that wasn't just him saying it, like best coffee in the world. That was him actually running, according to industry insiders, the best restaurant in the world. Unreasonable Hospitality by Will Gardere is a book that has been on Square and Compass's radar since we started watching the much lauded and amazing show The Bear. In August 2024, we published Unreasonable Freemasonry, in which we reviewed several of Will Gardere's interviews and media appearances, during which he provided insights into unreasonable hospitality as a concept and considered how these insights can apply to or enhance the Masonic experience. Unreasonable hospitality involves seeking out ways to create extraordinary experiences by giving people more than they could ever possibly expect or imagine. Yes, Rondo, that's exactly what I was thinking of. Congratulations, guys, you did it. Made me laugh. The best coffee in the world. In fairness, though, how do we know it wasn't the best coffee in the world? It might have been. Like, we don't know. You know, all I'm saying is it might very well have been the greatest coffee in the world. Since publishing Unreasonable Freemasonry, that first article, we tracked down our copy of Unreasonable Hospitality and devoured, an apt metaphor, the work in just 2 days. If the interviews and media appearances noted above were the appetizers, the book itself was and is the main course. And a delicious main course at that. Maybe not delicious, maybe insightful is a better adjective. Either way, the book is amazing and provides many insights which are of value to Masonic leadership, as we posted on our social media. Adding to our enjoyment of the book was that we read it at one of our favorite places, Glenview, Illinois, the terrace of the Glenview Public Library. We also took a break from the book to try one of Cousin Richie's favorite Chicago foods, a deep dish pizza from Pequod's. If you know, you know. Below, we review what we consider to be the most valuable insights from the book with a Masonic perspective. So, these are some of the insights from the book Unreasonable Hospitality, which is basically his blueprint for how he ran the #1 restaurant in the world. Know why your work is important. In the book, Will Gardere discusses the value of knowing and understanding why your work is important. Freemasonry is no different. This is true in both a micro and macro sense. How many Freemasons understand the importance of such mundane tasks as reading of the minutes, reviewing correspondence, or even the paying of bills? The boring administrative tasks are nonetheless important, in fact vital, to the well-functioning of a Masonic lodge or body, as it ensures a lodge is financially sound and operating in a manner that respects its membership and the community. How many Freemasons understand the importance of the administrative tasks related to our Grand Lodge communications, dispensations, etc.? Grand Lodge administrative tasks, including maintaining the necessary records and documents, are important as they ensure a consistent lodge experience across a jurisdiction, provide financial stability for a jurisdiction, and ensure Masonic Lodge ritual and practices remain standard across the jurisdiction, as well as protecting against clandestine or improper Masonic bodies that may seek to take advantage of membership. In the macro sense, how many Freemasons understand the importance of Freemasonry? How many understand why it is important that Freemasonry exists? Do you know why Freemasonry is important? Do you know about the proven health benefits for those engaged with social groups, especially for older individuals, and especially for Freemasons? Do you know about the charitable works done by Freemasons? Do you know how many members and families have a roof over their heads and food in their stomachs due to Masonic benevolence and charity? Do you know what the connections between strong communities and strong Masonic lodges? We at Square and Compass have taken great efforts to educate Masonic membership and the public regarding the above questions, and more generally on the importance of Freemasonry, because we believe that everyone needs to know why the work of Freemasonry is important. I mean, I don't know what rhetorical means, in fairness, I'm just guessing. But yes, but those aren't necessarily rhetorical questions, right? I would argue in some cases when, you talk to a Freemason and you ask him, why is it important that Freemasonry exists? I'm not sure if you'd be able to answer it. Johnny, welcome back. We are running down the clock on this 24-hour live stream, which has been quite an experience. Thank you for being here. Please, as always, hit the like button. Let me ask you that question, Johnny Rockwell. Why is it important that Freemasonry exists? Let's see what your answer is. Another thing, it might not work is a terrible reason not to try. This may be the most valuable insight contained within Unreasonable Hospitality. In Freemasonry, the most famous past master's statement is, "That's not how we did it in my day." We are often afraid to try and fail, or we are often afraid to try out of fear it will not work. While fear of failure is real, it very often fear blinds us to exciting opportunities. See, I'm not a huge Simpsons guy, Rondo. I know the Stonecutters episode. Beyond that, and I don't even know if that rhetorical was from the Stonecutters episode. Good answer from Johnny Rockwell. Our homes, right, engaged in numerous initiatives and efforts. During the pandemic, when Masonic bodies and lodges were required to find new ways to engage, Harmony Lodge 579 used virtual meeting spaces to invite guest speakers from around the world. As we had never done these things before, many felt that they would not work. But it might not work is a terrible reason not to try. Failure is a distraction. That's a good way to put it, Rondo. Listen to every idea. This insight connects very closely to the former. It is so easy to dismiss ideas out of hand because, wait for it, they might not work. Listening to an idea costs time. However, think of that cost as an investment that can pay off in future. Even if the initial idea is not feasible, it may contain elements of a better idea in future. Also, from a lodge administration perspective, a worship master or past master taking the time to listen to the idea of a more junior member, even entered apprentice, will build trust between junior members and lodge administration, make junior members feel part of the Masonic lodge or body, and will increase junior member confidence. One of the great kind of examples of this, and if I've talked about this before, forgive me, but I think it's very valuable. I was a probation and parole officer for about 5 years. I worked in the jail for 5 years. And one thing I did is I ran programs, they're called education sessions, to clients, probationers, criminals, pick your term, right? And one of the education sessions we did was looking for or finding employment. And we were taught when we were learning how to provide the course is, write down every idea, even if they're giving out the idea to be kind of a smartass. So here's an example. I'm, teaching a course on finding a job. I asked the class, okay, what are some things, if you're having trouble, what are some things you can do to find a job? And if one of the ideas that somebody says is, I can move to Mars, you don't dismiss the idea or ignore the idea. You write the idea down. The reason being, because even though that idea is, he's saying that to be a smartass, the person sitting next to him may see that and think to himself, well, no, I can't travel to Mars, but I can travel to London, Ontario, 2 hours down the road. I can travel to Ottawa. I can travel, wherever else it is I need to travel to. So it's an investment. You invested the time to write down the foolish idea because it led to somebody thinking about a good idea, led to somebody thinking outside the box, right? And that is a really critical component of Freemasonry. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Elon Musk either. Rondo, I don't hate him as much as some do, but I think that he is a smart person who basically ended up getting up his own ass and in the process lost the ability for empathy and kindness, which, if you're a smart person but have no empathy or kindness, sooner or later you're going to ruin people's lives because you're not going to take into account the human cost of what you're doing. And my lodge, at least that's my view on Elon. And my lodge serves food before the meetings, and our meetings are on Friday nights. So a lot of brothers come to the lodge from work. Yeah, it's interesting. Again, I went with before lodge in terms of meals, kind of for the same reason I think a lot of people would vote before, which is, you know, it gives you kind of a chance to, you're not like work, home, right to lodge, then dinner. You're giving yourself a chance to come to the lodge, but take a moment to rest, relax, breathe, eat food, enjoy fellowship. You're getting a chance to be with your brothers in a more calm environment before, shall we say, the challenges all start. And so, and there's a lodge start. So it's kind of a chance for you to get into a meditative space, to put the work day and the job behind you, whatever problems are there, eat some food, get into a different mind frame, and then go into the Masonic meeting ready to focus on Freemasonry, having left all your other problems behind. Him and his PS1 Tonka truck. Do you mean the Cybertruck? You know, it's funny. I'm probably one of the few people. I actually like the way the Cybertruck looks. I think it looks cool. I don't drive, so I have no idea if it's a decent car. It could, for all I know, be a complete piece of shit in terms of like how well it's put together. That I have no idea. But I do believe I'm one of the few people. I think it actually looks really cool. So, you know. Yeah, so perfect. Our doors open at 6:30 and then that's when the food gets served. So again, it's a chance to kind of get yourself in a different headspace, a better headspace before so that makes sense to me. So, going back to unreasonable hospitality, the boar, I don't know what boar mobile means. Yeah, I mean Cybertruck. A lot of people don't like the way it looks. I mean, I will say he took a hell of a swing on it. Like, he did not play it safe with that design at all. I feel like it's the type of design that you're either going to love or hate. Like I said, I love it. I think it looks really cool, but I feel like it's going to be pretty. And the danger is, if your goal is to make lots of money, which if it's a business, that's the goal by default, you kind of appealing to creating a design that's probably not going to appeal to a wide swath of people is probably not the best idea. Especially when you have shareholders you have to keep happy. And that's kind of the problem, right? And that, I mean, again, you could argue there's some Masonic connections here. The truck is different and cool, but I would not get one, not my style. It's like, if you're designing something that you think is really cool, but it's not somebody's style, is it going to succeed? That's true for Freemasonry. That's true for anything, right? Like, it can't just be you're designing something that is like you think is cool or your friends think is cool. You have to design something for mass consumption, for better or worse. Well, I mean, I don't drive, so I don't have a Cybertruck, but I can grow a beard at last. It took a bit of work. Excellence is the culmination of thousands of details executed perfectly. This insight equals one of our favorite statements by Vincent van Gogh. Great things are done by a series of small things brought together. For a Masonic lodge or body to run excellently, 1,000 or thousands of details need to be executed perfectly. These details include, but aren't limited to, ritual details, administrative details, communication details, building or temple details, and more. Most don't realize the thousands of details that go into making a lodge run, or the perfection required to make a lodge run excellency. Johnny Rockwell for being here. By the way, Johnny, if you've not done so yet, I really hope you can maybe, I don't know if you have then. If you have, please forgive me. But support me on Patreon, patreon.com/square and compass. You can sign up for free, but I'd really appreciate the support. Same thing, Lek Dog. Yes, still going. We're almost there. Pretty soon, we're going to be taking a break. I'm going to set my camera so you guys get a live stream view of the Detroit River, which is awesome because I need to run and grab some coffee. So I might be gone for half an hour. But, you know, well, I mean, I'm technically 50%, you know, I'm missing my legs, so you can define it as you will. But, you know, I try to be a whole man, define that as you will. I like this statement. I don't always know what it means to be a good man. Somebody talking to God, he said, I don't always know what it means to be a good man, but the fact that I try to be a good man, I hope pleases you. And that's kind of how I view it. Masons, most don't realize the thousands of details that go into making a lodge run, or the perfection required to make a lodge run excellently. Details matter, and executing details perfectly matters also. Choose conflicting possibilities. Yes, Sin, I do not have a dog, I have a cat. Cat is named Bandit, and my cat would love it very much, yes, Sin, if you hit the like button and the subscribe button. And let me know if you have any questions about Freemasonry. The insight may seem counterintuitive, but it may actually be the most useful. Many times, Masonic lodges or bodies seem to face Faustian bargains between conflicting possibilities. Is it possible to increase membership and increase dues? Is it possible to complete Masonic administrative tasks and create an enjoyable business meeting experience? Is it possible to provide high-end Masonic experiences and banquets and save money and lower the budget? Is it possible to resolve these conflicts? As Unreasonable Hospitality notes, Southwest Airlines, for instance, set out to be both the lowest cost airline in America and number one in both customer and employee satisfaction. These goals would seem in opposition, and perhaps they are, but much of the time they've succeeded at all three. Certainly the efforts they made toward these contradictory goals have done wonders for their bottom line. For the last half century, Southwest has been the most profitable airline in the USA. Masonic lodges can provide a high-quality experience at lower costs. Masonic lodges can complete all necessary business and create a compelling Masonic experience. Masonic lodges can increase membership and increase dues. So, Lek Dog, is there information you're not allowed to share online? Well, there is information that I'm not allowed to share, like, period. It's not about the online or not online thing, right? So, for example, I'm not allowed to, you know, tell you who is or isn't a Mason. I can tell you if I'm a Mason or not a Mason, and I am, because that's me. And if I get permission from somebody, like they sign a waiver, I can say so-and-so is a Freemason. But I'm not allowed to tell others who isn't a Mason, whether online or not online, because it's their information and they have the right to share it as they will. Sogo, welcome back. Thank you for joining. Please hit the like button. Yasin, what language do you speak? I'm not allowed to share certain aspects of the ritual, the modes of recognition. Now, again, when I say I'm not allowed, if I were to share it, what would happen? Nothing. Nothing would happen except I would feel bad. I'd feel as though I had broken an oath. And I don't want to feel that way. And I would impact the ability of Freemasons to be connected to one another. But there is nothing kind of specific online per se that I couldn't also do in person. Online, one thing you got to be careful of is, you are a Freemason, so it's easy. You shouldn't do this online or in person, but in person, if I'm upset with the decision the Grand Lodge made, for example, I can go to my friend and I can bitch and moan about it and talk about why I think it sucks and why Grand Lodge is so foolish. But if I do that online and it gets copied, now there's a video of me slagging off technically the jurisdiction in charge of my Masonic Lodge. So you need to find that balance. But yeah. So Yasin, what language do you speak? And I'm not a teacher, but I do try to teach about Freemasonry. You need to be as unreasonable in how you build your team as you are in how you build your product or experience. Translation, guard the West Gate. Building a successful Masonic experience is of vital importance, but no more so than building the team that will deliver that experience. Many jurisdictions have focused more efforts on the candidate or applicant selection process, but encouraging Masonic lodges to spend several months getting to know an applicant before proceeding with his initiation, making sure the applicant is or will be a good fit for the lodge, and vice versa. It is far too easy to accept an application without the due diligence required to understand if the candidate is the right fit for a lodge. At its core, Unreasonable Hospitality is about caring for people. At its core, Freemasonry is about caring for people too. It's cool to care. Never be too school for cool. Let me know what you guys thought of that, if you liked that. Even if you're not a Mason necessarily, maybe did you think that stuff could apply to some of your life outside of Freemasonry? And if so, in what way? Okay, we are going to try something. Oh, Lekdog, good question. It is actually not exclusively male. That is a misconception amongst many people, including Freemasonry. So, in fairness, when I speak of Freemasonry, I tend to speak of it in the fraternal sense, right? So when I say like my Masonic Lodge, I'm speaking of a fraternity. My Masonic Lodge is exclusively male, as are, most of it when they talk. However, there is the Order of Women Freemasons, which is very popular and growing in England, as well as in Ontario it exists. There's also Order of Eastern Star, which is for women that are related to Freemasons. There's also Rainbow, which is a youth group for young women. And they are all part of the Masonic family. So the way I describe it is you have the term Freemasonry is an umbrella term that refers to different groups and organizations that have at the root of their family tree stonemason guilds from Europe in some way, shape, or form. And within that umbrella, you have groups that are male and women, Order of Eastern Star, for young women, Rainbow, for young men, Demolay, for women exclusively, Order of Women Freemasons, and for men exclusively, which would be AF and AM Freemasonry, and also historically black lodges, Prince Hall. And also you have clandestine lodges, which we do not, associate with, but which are out there, kind of part of the group. So, Freemasonry is very often separated. So, for example, I cannot go and attend a Order of Women Freemasons meeting and sit in their lodge because it's for women exclusively, nor could they come to my lodge because it's for men exclusively. But that is exclusively for the 2 hours in which we are meeting, right? I've talked about this before. I don't believe that, how do I put this? I don't believe that there should ever be any space that is exclusively male or exclusively female, right? I don't believe there should ever be a building of any sort, whether it be a business or, whatever it is, that says we are exclusively for men, we're exclusively for women. But I do believe that there should be times in which it is exclusive for male or female. So, for, 2-3 hours at night during a Masonic lodge meeting in my lodge, it's exclusively male, in the lodge room. There's still the ballroom for women and everything else. And when it comes to the Order of Women Freemasons, when they are meeting for those, 2 or 3 hours, the time is exclusively female. And I think that's a good thing. And then again, if you want mixed, it's Order of Eastern Star, where it's both men and women in the lodge at the same time. But the idea of Freemasonry is male only is not the case. The term Freemason, really, 99% of the time when I say it, I'm thinking of a male. But I shouldn't, because there are women Freemasons. I just can't sit and lodge with them, which is fine. They have we still support each other. I encourage people to check them out. I encourage women to look at joining them and vice versa. They've been to a lot of our open houses in Ontario, and they're becoming very prominent in UGLE. Is there a range of it depends where, right? You need to be careful again and remember that with Freemasonry, it is a jurisdictional, and Freemasonry is not the same everywhere. In Ontario, I would say Freemasonry, based on my experience, is of every socio-demographic range. It's rare that people will join if they are, incredibly poor, because to join, it might cost you, let's say, between $500 and $1,000 up front, which isn't a ton of money, but it's not nothing. And if you are, incredibly poor and just struggling to float at all, that $500 to $600 to join could be, too much for you. But so like very, 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 very poor, it's just hard because financially, and they probably don't have a lot of time to take it to Freemasonry because they got to focus on work and trying to get their head above water. But from lower middle class to upper middle class to upper class, we have, I'd say lower middle, upper. It probably breaks down pretty evenly, to be honest, as I just try to think about it in my head. But there are other places, especially in places where there's kind of pay to play, which I'm not a fan of, where the whole emphasis is on wanting to attract rich people to give money to the lodge to make themselves look good. Then you can have lodges where it's much more upper class. That happens in Africa a lot. I'm really not a fan of that. I think it ultimately does kind of a disservice to the craft. But in Canada, it's a range, that's for sure. At least that's been my experience. Okay. Now it's time. And Lek Dog, thank you for the questions. And once again, I hope that you will be so kind as to hit the like button, subscribe button, but also, I'm sure you've done those things, sorry, go to Patreon. Patreon.com/Square and Compass. Now, I need to go and get myself some coffee very badly. So I'm going to let you guys once again check out the Detroit River. Let me just turn this around because it's a nice view. If my windows were clean. Okay, and I'm going to try something as well. We're going to see how this goes. There is, and let me know if you guys can hear me for 1 second. There is like if you look in between the window of the balcony, between the top of the railing and the bottom of the window, there's like a glass pane, and there is a parking lot, and there is like a house thing and there's some trees. I am going to go kind of where those two trees are in that area, and I'm going to wave. And if you guys see me, please, like, you know, hit the hearts, hit the all that stuff, you know? Because when I come back, I'll see who all saw me, and I think that would be cool. And also, I don't know who's going to stick around. I'll be gone for not that long, probably, you know, 15, 20 minutes. I hope you guys enjoy this view. But what I'm going to do is Rondo, Occultist. I'm going to make you guys moderators. So congratulations on that. Lek Dog as well. Oh, I will go. Okay, so Lek Dog, you're not Oh, Smokey, welcome back. Thank you for being here once again. All right, I am going to, like I said, grab a coffee. Smokey, I'm going to make you a moderator as well, but I promise I'll be back soon. All right, so if anybody starts causing trouble, in the meantime, enjoy this view of the Detroit River. I mean, I love this view. The river is incredible. See me if you if you see me wave, let me know when I come back. All right, be back soon. And if my cat knocks the thing off, well, then there you go. Okay, I made it back. I got my coffee. Thank you to all of the, oops, thank you to all of the moderators. I think I see him, says occultist. I'm taking it. Oh, Smokey, no worries. Thank you for being here at all. I appreciate it very much. If you have to run, of course, you got to go to work. That's no troubles at all. That has to come first. Certainly, your job, everybody's job, is more important than my stream. There you go. Occultist for the win. Yeah, I thought that was kind of a fun thing to try out. But everything worked out. I got my coffee. Occultist saw me. And yeah, Smokey has to go to work, which is absolutely what he should be doing. By the way, I need to give a huge shout out to PlaySmart. So next to where I live, you can kind of see it a little bit from the window, is Caesars Casino, Caesars Windsor, which is a great casino. And every day from 11 to 12 and 7 to 8, PlaySmart, which is a organization that promotes safe gambling, hosts a free an hour coffee break where you come up, you get a free cup of fancy coffee, and in exchange for that, you just hang out with them. It gives really, it's what it's meant to do is it's meant to encourage people who are gambling to take a break, get a cup of coffee, and just kind of think maybe about what they're doing and if they're financially okay or if they're not paying attention. Um, so I tend to go there and take advantage of the free coffee. And the casino also has free coffee to fill up with this thing. So thank you to that. But also, PlaySmart really is a great organization. So if anybody in Ontario, if you know of anybody in Ontario who is having problems gambling, going to casinos, usually in a casino somewhere, they have information. They have either a PlaySmart area where you can go and talk to somebody about what's going on and how you're feeling and what the problems are, or they have a PlaySmart information session. And just take a break and grab some coffee. Um, those machines can, for a lot of people, be incredibly like they're it's not just that they're addictive, obviously, but that you lose track of time, right? That's what's so frightening for people, I think, is how easy it is to lose track of time when you're on those machines. Having a coffee break forces you to like stop, look at the clock, look at your watch, and kind of reset. So thank you very much for that. And also, PlaySmart was really cool, and they came out um, to the Windsor Masonic Temple Coffee Club on I forget when it was now, in May, and did a presentation to the guys about safe gambling practices versus not safe gambling practices, how to keep yourself safe, how to know if you have a problem, the dangers of isolation, and how that can lead to gambling issues. So, I mean, I love PlaySmart. They're a great organization. They've been super helpful and supportive to Freemasonry and Freemasons, and that's been wonderful. And just, yeah, thank you so much to them for everything. I truly appreciate it. So, occultist, Lapis, you think you saw me? I'm going to count it. I think you did too. I tried to get in a really good position where my arms would be waving well and you could see them easily. And thank you for being the moderator or one of the moderators. I truly appreciate it. And yeah, Smokey, no worries at all. You have to go. You have to go to work. And Rondo, thank you for being a moderator also. So I got a few more subscribers while I was gone. Well done, moderators. I've got basically, this is kind of just free for all time. I think I've talked about everything I want to talk about. So anything you guys want to jump in the chat, by all means, I'll see if I can answer your questions or give you my takes for whatever it's worth. Just going to give it a minute to see who else jumps on. Hard to believe this stream has actually gone on for 24 hours. I'm not going to lie, I was fading a bit, but I think I can go, another couple hours. I'm not too worried about it anymore. But I could not have done it without everybody who's joined the stream. So truly, truly appreciate it. And thank you so much to everybody who supported the channel, to everybody who follows me on social media, to everybody who votes in the poll. Truly, that makes all the difference in the world. So tonight at 1 a.m., definitely no live stream. I think I'm live streamed out. Got like a red mark there, it looks like. Just from wheeling, probably. Tomorrow at 1 p.m., I may do a live stream, but if so, it'll be a small one because I'm going to be focused on an interview that I've got with some brothers from Johnstown Masonic Temple, which is an amazing location. Actually, Johnstown Masonic Convention Center, which is an amazing Masonic center. And I'm going to be posting that interview on Sunday. In the meantime, there's going to be a lot more social media content as always. So please, please make sure to check that stuff out as well. And let me know how it's doing. How you're doing. By the way, Chicken Nugget says who? I don't know who, Chicken Nugget. After still in the lead with this before and after. Oh, I'm sure they said a lot of stuff about it. I choose to ignore it, Let them talk about me. But how have things been going on your end, Dad? Anything, is your lodge doing like a PMO meeting or anything like that? We're just going to give it a bit of time. We're going to see who else joins and jumps in the chat to say hello. Basically, we're at the stage of just hanging out, seeing if anybody wants to chat about anything. I'm 2 likes away from 20 likes, so let's see if there's anything about Freemasonry on Twitter/X. I will always be Twitter to me, Yes, Lapis, it's 2 a.m. Go to sleep. You're a champ. You are a champ for staying up this late. Thank you. I'm glad you saw me. Like I was saying, don't expect to stream tonight at 1 a.m. my time. 1 p.m. tomorrow, there may be a short stream. It won't be very long because I will be getting ready for my interview with Johnstown Masonic Temple and doing some social media stuff and some emails. I will do my best. I mean, I always dream well. I'm not going to dream about, disgusting fry sauces and things of that nature, which I'm going to have nightmares about, I assume, forever. But that's a whole other story. But I always dream well. As a fan of Nightmare on Elm Street series, I always dream well. So what about your chili though? You said it's not. You said it's not. It's too much. Too little chili powder. Can't you add more after the fact? So who is favored to win the soccer game? Is it England or is it Italy? Fifty-fifty. All right, so I guess I will cheer for England out of just. I will cheer for England. By the way, once again, congratulations, White Sox. You made it. You won. You had a great game, too. Go White Sox. The real question, which I don't have an answer for, by the way, is what happens if it comes to the White Sox versus the Blue Jays in the World Series? I mean, I guess I gotta cheer for the Blue Jays, and for Mom's sake. But for me, it's White Sox. So you know what? I'm sure Mom would understand. By the way, the other thing coming up, don't forget August 16th, 2025, 12 p.m. Eastern. I'll be live streaming from the Windsor Hip Hop Festival. We as Freemasons should be supporting our community, and that includes supporting local artists. I think that's a very valuable and very important thing. So Blue Jays won as well. Well, there you go. So everybody's a winner. So everybody should be happy. Which I feel like that's rarely how it works, but that's for another day. I was saying before, the Masons for Mitts program is actually a really cool program out of California. Let me see if I can't find it here. Masons for Mitts, it's spelled M-A-S-O-N-S 4, like the number 4, Mitts, M-I-T-T-S. 2025 Masons for Mitts 17th season is on. Opening day was a thriller, with the Giants winning in the 11th inning, and with that, our 2025 Masons, this is from the Grand Lodge of California, actually the Masonic Foundation.org. And with that, our 2025 Masons for Mitts season has officially begun. Now in its 17th year, Masons for Mitts has raised more than $2 million for our 4 MLB partner foundations, equipping underserved young people all around the state with custom-made leather baseball mitts and ensuring they have access to enriching high-quality youth baseball and softball leagues. As always, the California Masonic Foundation is proud to partner with the charitable foundations of the Los Angeles Angels, Los Angeles Dodgers, San Diego Padres, and San Francisco Giants. By donating to Masons for Mitts, you ensure that underserved young people are provided with custom-made leather baseball mitt and able to play the game and learn important life lessons. With a focus on expanding the range of skills and services it brings to young people to include health, nutrition, wellness, and social justice, Masons for Mitts is growing to incorporate so much more than the game. Support young people in your community today by donating a mitt today and help your team win statewide bragging rights. Welcome. We had somebody else hit the like button. Thank you so much. Jump in the chat, say hello. Let me know how it's going. Every baseball season, the Masons of California partner with Angels Baseball, Los Angeles Dodgers, and San Diego Padres and San Francisco Giant Major League Baseball teams to bring the fun and team-building skills of baseball to more California kids. MLB foundations in each region are committed to serving the community and providing a positive outlet for children. Throughout the season, teams of Masonic lodges in each region face off in friendly competition of the most kids they can by purchasing baseball mitts for children who participate in programs through the MLB foundations. At the end of the campaign in the fall, our Grand Master will present a check to each of our 4 MLB partners, and you can give a mitt, which if you go there, you can pick your team. So if you, let's say, support Los Angeles region, right now, Los Angeles region has purchased 2,500, or has given 2,505 mitts and raised $50,100. If you want to give a mitt, you can pick an amount that you want to donate. And you can see who else has donated. So Masons for Mitts is a 501c3 public charity. Welcome. If you're just joining us, please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button. Jump in the chat, say hello, and let me know if there's anything you want to talk about. It's hard to believe I am basically 2 hours and a bit in, and you know, we're still going with people watching, which is awesome. going to give it a bit of time and see if anybody jumps in the chat to say hello. This is just the chill out, hang out portion. Yeah, I saw that, Rondo. It's no worries at all. I understand completely. I mean, he's got to go to work, so I certainly don't expect him to stay on the stream when he has to go to work. That's no problem at all. I'm still grateful that you're still here. By all means, though, don't hang out with me. You spend all day with me, and all night, pretty much. It feels like. It's a weird thing, but I'm really hoping we get one more like so I can get up to 20 likes somehow. If anyone wants to create a fake account, or not a fake account, but a second account, I should say, and create a like, I'd much appreciate it. Nice. Good for the Blue Bombers. I mean, they're a great team. They do a lot for the community. What is their record right now? Are they doing well? Are they? What's their record? I'm curious. I'm gonna look it up. What's your record? Maybe I'll just go to CFL record altogether. I'll find it that way. East Division. Tiger Cats 4 wins, 2 losses. Alouettes 4 wins, 2 losses. Argonauts 1 win, 5 losses. Red Blacks 1 win, 6 losses. Well, that's not good. I'm a Red Blacks fan. I'm also an Alouettes fan, so, but go Red Blacks. And, oops, no, did not want that. Don't know what happened there. On the the West Division, Stampeders 5 wins, 1 loss. Rough Riders 5 wins, 1 loss. Blue Bombers 3-2, as Dad said. Lions 3-4. Elks 1-4. So. Oh, actually, I'm going to. I see, Rhonda, you're still. You don't need to be. You don't. You don't need to worry about being a moderator anymore. You already did your job. It's no trouble at all. But thank you again for hanging out and for moderating. I truly, truly appreciate it. We're just going to see who else. welcome. If you're just joining us, jump in the chat, say hello, hit the like button and subscribe button. We are just hanging out. We've been doing a 24-hour live stream. We started yesterday at 2 p.m. And it's been a great stream so far. I did about 3/4 of it on my laptop, and the rest I'm doing here on my mobile. So please take a moment, hit the like and subscribe button. We're here to chat about Freemasonry. So anything you want to chat about when it comes to Freemasonry, any thoughts you have, positive, negative, or neutral, please let me know. And thank you all for hanging out with me. No worries, Rondo. That happens. But I realize it's like I don't need you to be the moderator anymore. You can just hang out. I'm not sure what you did. I mean, I know you deleted a couple messages, but again, it's my fault. I should have, as soon as I got back in, what I should have done is, made you not a moderator anymore. So it's my fault as much as anybody else's. So don't worry about it. It doesn't matter. It's just my pops. He's going to be fine. It's not like when you delete a message, you delete the person. Now, that would be problematic. If, you're deleting messages and suddenly the dude is getting, lashed or something. Otherwise, I think it's fine. Though that would be a very interesting way to, create a, how do I put this? To create a very interesting experience from a moderator and a user perspective. Whenever your message gets removed by a moderator, you lose a finger or something, it makes people much more questionable as to what they post. Give it a bit more time to see if anyone else jumps on. See, I've never been put in timeout, in fairness. I've had to put people in timeout, but I've never actually been in timeout myself. So, I mean, except I'm sure when I was a kid I got in trouble, but that's a whole separate can of tuna. You didn't put Harry in timeout, though. You'd think you just deleted his messages, right? Or did you actually put him in timeout? Well, if you did, I mean, he'll find it again. It's okay. Let me see. Yeah, he's not in timeout. Dad, if you're still there, hit the like. Oh, a 600-minute timeout. Okay, well, maybe so we can take this person out of timeout. All right. Well, I'll send Dad a message later on through Facebook. That stuff happens. Let's see. So, Dad, if you're listening to this, you're accidentally put in timeout, so you can no longer comment. So you may want to switch off and go watch your baseball or your soccer game, Italy versus England, and you can chat with me through Facebook. Those things happen. You were kind enough to be a moderator for me while I was out getting my coffee, so I owe you. So I'm not too worried about it. It wouldn't be 600 minutes, it'd be 600 seconds, which would be like, I don't know what that is. 10 minutes, I think it would be. Yeah, it'd be 10 minutes. I'm good at math, let me tell you. 10 whole minutes. Yeah, it's always in seconds. It's never in minutes. So 600 minutes, that would be 60 hours. That might be a bit of an issue. But 600 seconds, I think that's okay. Like I said, it's a 10-minute thing, so he'll be fine. It's hard to believe we are at 12:27. It's crazy. But it's been a blast, and it's been a ton of people joining the streams, which has been awesome as well. So we've had 287 views on this stream. We had, I think, over 500 on the other one, which was very, very cool. I agree with that. I don't disagree with that at all. It is kind of a headache that it's so hard to reverse engineer it. But Dad, just know it's an accident if you're there. Anybody else, if you're coming on and you're watching, please take a moment, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We're almost done with this stream. I'd love to get one more like and, one more subscribe and all that. Probably. No, I'm going to be sleeping. I'll go to sleep after this, obviously. I'm not too tired right now. I just got my coffee. But I'll be back up tomorrow. Like I was saying, I've got my... As I'm chewing on this candy bar, I've got my interview tomorrow with some brothers from Johnstown Masonic Temple. Ah, I see what you did there. Very good. No, I've got my interview with some brothers from Johnstown Masonic Temple, or Johnstown Masonic Event and Convention Center. I've had them on the channel before, and it'd be great to have them back again. So that'll be Wednesday. I may Wednesday, for a couple minutes, go online. And, stream tomorrow at 1 p.m. briefly, but mostly it's going to be the interview, and that's going to be posted on Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Johnstown is a really, really cool building, by the way. Like, if you ever get the chance to Google it, Google Johnstown Masonic Building. It's a beautiful, beautiful Masonic space. Maybe one of the best. I mean, it's just it's an incredible city as well. Like, Johnstown is so cool. I was lucky to be there, and it's fortunate that I was there at all, period. But it was unfortunate that I was there just before the leaves really started turning and just before fall really took over, because it would be absolutely beautiful. Oh, I love Coffee at Midnight, Rondo. Coffee at Midnight, one of the best songs ever by Stand Atlantic. So I love Coffee at Midnight. Coffee at Midnight is kind of like my Texas song. Whenever I'm in Texas, I think of Coffee at Midnight. Let's give it a bit more time. Let's see who joins us. Once again, we're still doing this. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, etc., etc., etc. Curious what's trending right now. I'm always trying to check that to see if anything that's trending will affect Freemasonry in any way, shape, or form. Give rep, I don't know what that means. Tamara, I don't know what that means. Visho, Ho, got nothing. Maxwell, Malcolm, Freedom Convoy. I'm not comfortable with the fact that the Freedom Convoy is back. So we need to remind those people that freedom is just another word for nothing left to lose. Where does the phrase "I don't sleep, I wait" come from? Because that sounds kind of familiar. Yeah, I heard about that. I was never a big Cosby Show. Like, I didn't really watch it growing up. I was also never a big Bill Cosby fan, even like as a comedian, even before all the stuff as Theo Vaughn would say, came out. I was never really a huge Bill Cosby fan, but yeah, I think Malcolm was in. He was in a TV show I used to watch. Like it was like a science fiction show, I think, if I recall correctly. I'm trying to think of what it was. Let me see if I can find it. Now it's bugging me a little bit. I'm gonna find this. I think it was Jeremiah. That's the show he was in. I'm gonna figure this out. Yes, Jeremiah, post-apocalyptic action drama television series starring Luke Perry and Malcolm Jamal Warner that ran on Showtime. Loosely based on the Belgian comic series, the series takes place in a future wherein the adult population has been wiped out by a deadly virus. The series entered production in 2003. So many episodes were there? I don't sleep, I wait. I have tiger blood with Adonis DNA. Both are psychotic quotes from Carlos Estevez. Charlie Sheen. Well, Charlie Sheen, yeah, I mean, I think he's pretty crazy. I think that's a safe bet to say. So, yeah. I mean, if somebody told me I don't sleep, I wait, I would be concerned about their mental health. I remember the tiger blood thing. I remember there was a big thing about him winning too, right? Like he was always saying that he's winning. I don't know what he was winning. It did not look to me like he was winning. It looked to me like, in fact, he was losing quite handily. But that is neither here nor there. If ever there was a PSA though for not using substances, I think Charlie Sheen might be the poster child. Well, yeah, they're funny, but they're funny until you realize that he's probably taking that serious. Well, what's he up to now? Is he even still alive? I guess he is. I feel like if he was dead, I would know. The fact that he's still alive is probably a miracle in and of itself as well, to be honest. Because, yeah. Yeah, I was never like a big Charlie Sheen fan either. I mean, I've never got into sitcoms. For me, it's scary movies first, Hallmark Christmas movies second. That's kind of where it starts and ends. So, I guess right now my favorite actor is probably Jeremy Allen White and The Bear. Again, talking about The Bear on Disney Plus. I'm really hoping they do a fourth season of The Bear. Or a fifth season of The Bear, excuse me, because they can't just end it. Oh, sweet. The Bear is renewed for season 5. Here's what we know so far. So it is renewed. Sweet, because I was freaking out, man. If they ended The Bear with the way they ended it, I would have been very, very, very sad. The Bears season 5 is slated to premiere in 2026. We don't have an exact date yet. Deadline confirmed the news. This is genuinely excellent, especially since we weren't sure for a time if season 5 would even happen. The Bears pretty much consistently remained a show that continues to premiere new episodes each year. The cast of The Bear is a bit up in the air. Well, that rhymed. Due to the nature of The Bear season 4 finale, it is unclear if Jeremy Allen White, who portrays Carmen, will return in a series regular role or not. But honestly, it wouldn't be the end of the world if he doesn't. I feel like the cast character is so good that anyone could lead the show. Even so, there are plenty of names that we could expect to see in season 5 with the Bear cast. These include Ayo Edebiri, Eben Moss-Bacharach, Lionel Boyce, Lisa Colin-Zayas, Abby Elliott, Maddie Matheson, Edwin Lee Gibson, Molly Gordon. Well, where is Cicero? Well, I'm very happy to hear that the Bear will come back for season 5 because I would have been very sad if I didn't get to see any more of the Bears. By the way, the Bears season 4 had maybe my favorite hour of television in the last, oh my gosh, in the last 10 years, which was season 4, episode 7, the wedding episode. I think it was called like Donato. It's really, really good. So I hope that, I think ultimately what The Bear is about is people caring for things, caring about things. And I think, unfortunately, we live in a time and in a world where people just don't care anymore, which I wish they did. Or at least not as much. Oh, I think the Fantastic Four is coming out on theaters this Friday. I'm not a big comic book fan, like comic book movie fan. I never really got into it, but yeah, it does look like a pretty decent movie to me. For me, I've talked about this on the stream, probably on this stream, this 24-hour marathon. My favorite comic book character is Batman. That's kind of where it starts and ends for me. Who is a Freemason according to comics? So keep that in mind, everybody. If you want to mess with Batman, you are messing with the Freemasons. Anybody jumps on the chat to say hello? Oh, Legendary Lightning. Hello, sir. Legendary Lightning. How's it going? I hope, Legendary, you will hit the like button and the subscribe button. I'm 1 like away from 20 likes, so help me out here. Let me know how it's going, and let me know if you want to talk about Freemasonry at all, or anything else, honestly. I'm nearing the end of this marathon stream, so really it's a chance to just chat for a minute, hang out, and let me know what you want to talk about. And we also got one more vote. Do you prefer meals before lodge or after lodge? After in the lead. After is in the lead. Thank you so much, Legendary Lightning. How is it going, and how did you find my stream? Were you just scrolling through, or did you happen to search for Freemasonry, maybe? But thank you so much for being here. Oh, don't call me sir. I'm not that fancy. But I appreciate it nonetheless. Where are you from? I'm Canadian. I'm in Windsor. What part of the world might you be from? India, awesome. There's a lot of cool Freemasonry history and Freemasons in India, actually. That's one of the things. I mean, I've never had the pleasure. I'll be right back, Legendary. I'm not going far. And I'm back. I've never had the pleasure of visiting India, but I've got some friends who are from India, and it's just a really cool spot. So yeah, at least the people there are really cool. Put it that way. My family is doing well. I hope your family is doing well also. And it's wonderful to have you here. I don't know if you have ever checked out any of my other content, but I have a lot of interviews. I talk a lot about Freemasonry. I have my personal channel as well. So yeah, I'm really glad that you are able to join and hang out. My family, I'm sure, could use the help, so I appreciate that very much. And, God bless your family as well. Oh, don't apologize. Go to work, for heaven's sakes. I appreciate you just being here on your smoke break. Like, that is very, very kind of you. So thank you so much for being here. But yeah, no, go to work, for heaven's sakes. That's the most important thing. No one expects you to skip work for me. I appreciate that. Well, Legendary, I mean, there are ways that you can help out the channel. If you want, you can become a Patreon member at ugh. Well, you have my sympathy, Smokey, because I'm very happy that my work shift we'll call this whatever you want, is almost finished. Um, we're getting there, we're getting there. It's been fun though. I've got a lot of viewers and met some new people, learned some things that do scare me a little bit, like there's such a thing as coffee and fruit juice mixed together, or fruit punch in Texas. Um, that quite scares me. Well, I'm working on my YouTube stuff right now, and I'm a full-time Freemason. So, Legendary, if you go to patreon.com/square and compass, you can become a Patreon, and you can join for free. Or pay money or whatever you want, but join for free is wonderful and really helpful. And yeah, it just more people who see it, the more we will have people, the more the all-knowing algorithm will promote it to others, if that makes any sense. It's all about engagement, is what they tell me anyways. I mean, I did not know you were a landscaper. I'm going to give you, not to be your mom, but nonetheless, I'm going to give you the same, thing I keep telling everybody. It's hot as balls outside. It's going to be crazy hot tomorrow in Windsor, 101. If you're landscaping, drink lots of water, wear a hat, etc., etc., etc. I know you know that, but nonetheless, I'm going to tell you that anyways. Because I don't want any of my audience getting heat stroke. Although I suppose, honestly, it probably gets super, super hot, even being a cook at a bar, right? Like, I'm guessing behind the line, it gets quite warm. With the ovens and everything. Even with air conditioning, I bet you're sweating up a fair bit. Well, I mean, Canada and the USA are not going anywhere, so don't rush it. Just focus on enjoying your time in India, right? Because, like I said, we're not going anywhere. Wait to get a bit older, and I think you even need a visa. I'm not positive, so just enjoy your travels, kind of thing, 17 heat strokes amongst everything else you've been through. You are a tough cookie. That's what I will say. But who knows? Maybe you must be here for a reason, right? Like in the kitchen, 183 degrees? That is, yeah, take care of yourself. So how do you feel then? I don't know if we talked about this before, but my favorite TV show of like present day is The Bear. As a cook, does that, do you watch that show? Does it give you traumatic flashbacks to challenging dinner services and things like that? Okay, yeah, that makes more sense because I was like, I don't see how 183 degrees in a kitchen. But even so, 183 degrees outside is nuts. If it was that hot for me, I wouldn't even have heat stroke. I would just melt. Like I would skip right over heat stroke and go right into whatever the next stage is, just death. Like It gets 90 degrees and I get annoyed and think it's too hot. Like it's too much for me. And you're working in 186. Drink lots of water. You know, that's all I'm going to say. Drink lots of water. Something I'm always reminding my Masonic brothers about as well. All right, I'm going to type in forget about it right now. Here we go. F-U-G-G-E-T. Forget about it. It's a animated YouTube The Misadventures of Jimmy Falcone, a former mafia capo regime from New York City. But how do I watch it on YouTube? It's not. It's saying it's got to be on Prime. Oh, wait, here it is. YouTube, forget about it. Okay. All right, I'm at season 3. Universal Prostitution and Pizza Fridays. Horse Springs Paternal. All right, I don't know if you can hear it yet, but give me one sec.
I know a lot of
This
people.
is a commercial.
How you doing? Jimmy here. You know my story by now.
Yeah, adult cartoon. So yeah, all the full episodes are on YouTube. So whatever kind gentleman or kind soul decided to put them all on YouTube, good for you. Legendary Lighting Daxit. I am poor. Me too, Legendary Lighting. So I cannot help you, but I do appreciate you being here. And I mean, I don't know if you're trying to get involved in the YouTube space at all. You have, you know, your account at least, but you don't need a lot of money to get started on YouTube. You just need to talk about things you enjoy, live stream, and see what happens. That's the beautiful thing about YouTube, right? Is that you don't need a lot of money. You just need an idea and somewhat talent to make the idea come to fruition.
Goodfellas ain't the only ones who can fly them freaking asses off.
How much what are you, the tax man? I don't make a lot of money on YouTube. It takes a while. But you just keep working at it and you see what happens. But you might as well assume things will work out. There's no point, you know, I like the Bill Burr motto, right? Which is, you'll be fine, right? And even if you're not fine, there's no point in worrying about it. Just wait till you're not fine and deal with it then. But don't worry in advance. You know, it's kind of like dealing with fascism. Don't comply in advance. Don't worry in advance. Just assume you'll be okay. And then if you're not, deal with it then. Which I think is a good motto through which to proceed. No, in months. Well, it depends, right? It depends how many patrons I got. Depends on everything else. I have Forget About It playing right now. It's the first episode of season 3 because that's just whatever YouTube gave me first. I hope everybody is doing well. If you're just joining, please, please, please take a moment. Hit that like and subscribe button. On this channel, I chat about Freemasonry. I've been in the midst of a marathon live stream going 24 hours straight, which has been a blast. But we're getting near the end of it. So we are at, you know, we're almost there. And I definitely appreciate everybody who's jumped on. That's impressive, Legendary. So you're making more money than I am anyway, so keep up the good work. Really, I think the most important thing is just finding a way to do what you love. Well, it looks like he was a former mafia boss, right? Like that's the basic gimmick. He's a former mafia guy who now has to like live in witness protection, is what it seems to be. We got the dive bar and grill. We got this guy dressed with like a gold chain. It looks like an old mafia dude of some sort. Who is now setting fire to the bar? I think not on purpose. This Cheech does not seem like a trustworthy individual at all. Although when I hear Cheech, I think Cheech and Chong automatically. Carney to brief premiers on U.S. trade discussions as Trump deadline bears down. Again, we have to think about these as Freemason. How will these affect us, right? Prime Minister Mark Carney will be offering his update on trade talks with the White House when he sits down with the premiers Tuesday, which today would be Tuesday. Will be offering his update on trade talks with the White House when he sits down with the premiers Tuesday while discussing their concerns as an August 1st deadline for more tariffs rapidly approaches. I will take it. I'm legendary. Carney is joining the provincial and territorial premiers during their summer gathering in Muskoka, Ontario. Carney is expected. Jeremy. I don't think I said everything in the news is Masonic. I think we as Freemasons should care about everything in the news, but because it affects Freemasonry, but that doesn't mean it's Masonic. It's just like, again, talking about these tariffs, right? Freemasons should care about what happens to them because if they go into effect and if they start to affect the Canadian economy, that's going to affect the Masonic. That's going to affect Masonic membership and Masonic lodges. I mean, in the Roaring 20s, Freemasonry and Masonic membership went up really high. In the 1930s, during the Great Depression, Freemasonry dropped, right? So Freemasonry cannot separate itself from the economic conditions of the communities in which it's located. I have not seen Pet Goat 2. I've not heard of it. Freemasons have no game plan, right? Because there is no single Masonic governing body, right? The game plan that Freemasons have in Texas is very different than the game plan Freemasons have in England, is very different than the game plan Freemasons have in Ontario, right? It's not one single unified order. Rather, it is a jurisdictional organization where we have multiple different grand lodges with different agendas. But I've not heard of Pet Goat 2. Yes, go back to work, Smokey, but thank you so much for being here. And yeah, always put work, for heaven's sakes, before this stream. Jeez Louise. Thank you for being here, though. I really appreciate it. And have a great rest of the day at work. I am watching Forget About It, by the way. In India, it's night. Here, it's 1:03. It's also time that I need to run to the washroom. Jeremy, by the way, if you're not done so, please take a moment and hit that like button. I'm not sure if you've had the chance to yet. I'll be back in a moment. Heard. Look at that. You sound like a chef from the Bear. Yes. Uh, Legendary. I'm missing my legs. So I use a wheelchair. Hence, kind of the way it sounds and the way it looks when I'm wheeling around. Just waiting to see when he jumps in the chat to say hello. I'll be streaming for probably another half hour or so, and then we'll be done. I'll have done my 24-hour live stream, which has been an absolute blast, and thank you. 51 more minutes. Black Raven is back. How's it going, Black Raven? Welcome once again. So when are you? I mean, I don't remember if you said. Forgive me. It's been a long night. How much are you waiting for your computer? Are you getting a brand new one or just getting the one you had fixed? And when you do, I look forward to seeing more of your stuff on YouTube. Although you can still do your stuff from your phone, right? Like your content and stuff, I think. Sometimes I find the phone works better for content wise. It is the final countdown. I should do that song by, what was it, Europe? Dun, 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 dun. But yeah, I was just reading about Carney to offer update on, so Prime Minister Carney. Right now, all the premiers of Canada are gathering in Ontario. Right. And the Prime Minister has to talk about or is going to talk about the effect of tariffs, what his conversations with Donald Trump are like, all that stuff. Again, it matters to Freemasonry, right? If these tariffs go into effect, you're going to see an economic impact in Canada. And as a consequence of that economic impact, you are going to see Freemasonry potentially suffer, right? Look at the Masonic boom in the 1920s and the Masonic bust in the 1930s. That was equivalent to the growing economy of the 1920s and the Great Depression of the 1930s. Makes sense. Honestly, it's funny because I've never used Apple. I kind of like Steve Jobs as like a figure, and for a lot of what he did, I admire his work, but I never really got into Apple. I might have an Android phone. Yeah, no, it's really tough. I mean, short of live streaming it, yeah, it's depending how long your videos are and stuff. And I'm not a tech guy either. I'm trying to be better at it and learn more about it because, um, I have these channels and stuff, but I'm not a tech person either by any means. You're having chili. My dad's having chili. We're all having chili, except for me. I am having the one thing I would desperately need at the moment: coffee. Carney is joining the provincial and territorial premiers during their summer gathering in Muskoka, Ontario. Carney is expected to offer an opening statement, but most of the meeting on Tuesday is set to happen behind closed doors. There we go. We're having coffee. We're having chili. It's a whole thing, right? We're all working together. On Monday, Quebec Premier François Legault said he will tell Carney he wants protection in negotiations for supply management for the dairy, egg, and poultry sectors. There was always an issue, supply management, as well as exemption for Quebec's cultural industries from free trade requirements. British Columbia Premier David Eby said he hoped Carney would kick off trade discussions by trying to resolve the softwood lumber issue, which has been a trade irritant between Canada and the U.S. for decades. Carney recently said he thought unlikely that there wouldn't be at least some tariffs in any deals struck before August 1st. Though most of Canada's trade with the U.S. is protected by the Canada-U.S.-Mexico Agreement, so far, Trump has imposed tariffs of 50% on steel and aluminum, 25% tariffs on goods, automobiles, and automobile parts not covered by the CUSMA trade deal, and 10% tariffs on energy. He is now threatening to impose a 35% blanket tariff on August 1st. I'm not a Mountain Dew guy, Rondo. I'm a coffee guy. I got my coffee with my Masonic symbol on there. I don't know if you can see it. That's all I need. See, I'm not a sour cream fan. I do love cheese. I do like to put cheese on top of my chili. I will do the Fritos thing, but I much prefer almost treating the chili like a dip and just scooping with nachos. And you get the cheese on there. Now, a Frito pie, though, that is really, really good. And you can make that with chili, where it's basically a layer of Fritos. You know, you have a layer of chili that you kind of thicken on the stove. So a lot of the water and kind of the moisture drops out of it, so the Fritos don't get kind of too soggy. Then a layer of cheese, then another layer of Fritos, then another layer of chili, then another layer of cheese. Then you bake it in the oven, and then it's the bomb. So, you know, a Frito pie or a Mexican corn chip pie, that is absolutely where it's at. BCW, welcome back. See? Yeah, Frito pie. I know what I'm talking about. By the way, BCW, if you would hit the like button, I would truly appreciate it. But absolutely, Frito pie is the bomb. I know what I'm talking about. Don't you worry about it. That aluminum tariff went from, thank you BCW, from, what's a heat sink? I'm not sure what that is. But, you know, the reason why I talk about this stuff, let's imagine you are a Masonic lodge that needs a heat sink in your building. You are now paying $23 more. And depending how many you need, how many Masons need one, now that is significant economic challenges being faced by those Masons, right? And assuming it might not just be a heat sink, it might be anything from aluminum, you know? Because if we are dealing with, once again, let's see if I can find the numbers, 50% on steel and aluminum, 25% tariffs on goods, automobiles, automobile parts not covered by the trade deal, and 10% tariffs on energy, but there could be a 35% blanket tariff. It is a hunk of aluminum metal that is used. I mean, so I would assume Masonic buildings may need one of those, and again, it's one of those things where it's just that is more expensive, everything is more expensive. What do you do? You eat that metal. Actually, don't. I don't want anybody to sue me. Do not eat metal. It's a bad idea. The human body was not made to eat metal. Canada has so far retaliated with counter tariffs on billions of dollars worth of American exports, but Carney is holding off further measures pending the result of ongoing negotiations by the end of the month. Saskatchewan Premier Mo Scott has said he has never been a big proponent of increasing counter tariffs and would rather find a way to get the White House to renew the CUSMA, which is due to begin its mandated review in 2026. Mo also signaled he is prepared to live with some level of tariffs for the time being. We won't get to zero in each and every topic. The goal is to get as close to zero, as close as zero on as many items that we possibly can. I know that's the Prime Minister's goal as well. He said, whatever the outcome of the deal is, tariffs or no tariffs, Legault said he will ask Carney to make sure that there's a specific time frame to add more certainty for businesses. Speaking in Hamilton, Carney said his team was in the midst of a long and tough negotiations with the United States and working for the best deal for Canada. Part of the reason why we don't have a deal is that a deal is not yet on the table. Which is kind of like saying, hurry up and give us something to sign, or give us something we can at least look at and know what we're dealing with. It seems like so many of these negotiations are just up in the air. It makes it hard for people to know how to respond. It does not seem like the best negotiating pattern, in my humble opinion. But then again, what do I know? Is there anyone else feel it's attention control? Do you mean do you mean the tariff threats? Or do you mean Trump more in general? When you say, like, they're pretending to fight about tariffs, but they've already come to an agreement behind the scenes? WNB. Hit that like button, WNB. I'm too tired for slap nuts today. Because Black Raven, if you are referring to the idea that, the tariff threats are kind of choreographed. No, I don't think so. I mean, it's hard to say. It could be my own biases because I'm not a fan of Donald Trump, and I don't think he's particularly good president. So I have a hard time. Like, his supporters look at what he's doing when it comes to all of these things, and they see somebody who is, negotiating with 4D chess or whatever it is, or using kind of unpredictability to keep Carney off his game or whatever it is. I mean, I just see a president who doesn't seem to know what he's doing and who is, capricious and short-sighted, and as a consequence is very hard to negotiate with. And Carney and other leaders as well are kind of stuck in this situation where so much of the economy is tied to him that they can't just tell him to screw off whether they want to or not, because they kind of need American markets, but they also, it's a bit like trying to negotiate with a toddler with a handgun. You know, you you got to be gentle, even though the capacity to do great harm is there. I don't think he has the power people think he does. Well, I mean, he has the power of the presidency. Now, you can find that power however you want, right? I mean, there's a system of checks and balances. He is, to a certain extent, constrained by Senate and the House and Congress and the courts in theory. He seems to not want to be constrained by those things. And I suppose to a certain extent, any politician, almost by definition, wants as few constraints on their ability to exercise power as possible. But those constraints exist for a reason, right? And when he's talking about running for a third term, when he's talking about ignoring the court's decisions, ignoring due process, like, you know, it's probably not the best thing, in my opinion. In my opinion, I speak for myself, not for any Masonic group or anybody. But I mean, the level of power he has, again, it depends. It depends on how powerful you think the presidency actually is. When you consider all the other branches of government and the press and blah, blah, blah. I mean, what I would say is he has far more power than I would like him to have. But that's just my opinion on it, you know? But if you mean that you think that there's a shadow government that's actually running things and he is kind of just being told what to do, right? That is not something I buy. Someone who's been involved in politics at a lot of different levels, I'm not saying I know everything about it, but everything I've seen is that the surface, what you see is just what it is. You know, Trump is the president. He, in my opinion, is doing not a very good job, but when he says tariffs are 35%, that's not somebody telling him to say that. That's him deciding he's going to say that, based on, you know, advice from his advisors and his own opinions and things like that. But yeah, there really is not, or are not, there's no people behind the scenes. Like, I was an intern in the office of the Prime Minister of Canada when Stephen Harper was Prime Minister under 2009. Obviously, I'm not saying I saw everything or saw most things, but I can tell you there was no secret cabal of globalists telling Stephen Harper, Prime Minister Harper, you know, what decisions to make. So, yeah, I mean, technically, the president, like when Rondo says the whole checks and balances thing, I mean, technically, the president was kind of designed to not be a super powerful figure in governance, right? Relatively speaking. I mean, in theory, he has to go to Congress to declare war. He doesn't really have the power of the purse the way Congress does. You know, they term limit him. We'll see if that sticks around. So, which came later, in fairness, came after FDR. But it's just, I don't know. But I don't think it's an act. I think, you know, when Trump comes out and says 35% tariffs, he means it on whatever basis. And when Carney says we're still negotiating, I think they're still negotiating. And whatever happens will happen. He is. I mean, so is Ronald Reagan, but by the same token, you know, Clinton wasn't an actor. Obama wasn't an actor, right? So, doesn't surprise me, though. In a country that is so media saturated and pop culture saturated, it doesn't surprise me that an actor would find it able to the uproar of what's what I was looking for. Like, you have such a media saturated environment in the States that probably for the next little bit, you're more likely to get politicians coming from the celebrity television kind of TV movie actors being politicians because they have name recognition, they've already been vetted in some sense, by the paparazzi who know all their secrets anyway, so nothing new can come out in theory. And, people for whatever reason put this trust in actors and media figures. People can only comprehend what they see, if even that. All presidents have very limited power, so I'm not sure why the uproar over silliness. Well, yeah, I think uproar. I mean, it depends how you define uproar. Like, I certainly don't think getting like there's that old expression, right? Worrying about something you can't change doesn't help anything, right? And so, if you're worrying about tariffs, at the end of the day, they're going to be what they're going to be. Trump's going to decide. I would say it's worth, though, paying attention. And when you can potentially at least make a statement, certainly contacting your, in Canada, it'd be your member of parliament. In the States, it'd be your congressperson to just say, like, these are my concerns, This is how much a heat sink used to cost. With the tariffs, this is how much a heat sink now costs. Can we maybe do something about that situation? Maybe step back a little bit. Maybe remember who our friends are. Maybe don't threaten them with annexation, please, because I don't want to go to war with the States. I'm on the front lines here, and I prefer taking naps, So I don't need to be out there fighting the Americans crossing the Ambassador Bridge. Not that it couldn't be fun. Who knows? '80s action stars are philosopher kings. We're so media saturated because the powers that be don't want Americans to actually understand the score. Our media is propagated through and through, propaganda through and through. I mean, there's always going to be propaganda elements in media. That's kind of the nature of it. That's the funny thing with the whole Canadian annexation. I'm convinced the average American doesn't care. I agree. I don't think most Americans are thinking about Canada much one way or the other, to be honest. Like, I can't imagine the average Canadian spends much time thinking about Canada. There's this old expression, and it's true, that Canada to the United States is a one-way mirror. We in Canada spend far more time thinking about the States than the States spends thinking about us. That may have changed a little bit with some of the recent discussions that Donald Trump is having, but that's a whole other thing, right? And again, it goes to the media saturation as well. You look at what type of content Canadians are consuming in terms of the media landscape. As a general rule, it's American television shows and American movies. There is a thriving Canadian art scene. There is the CBC, but if you were to look at the top 10 shows watched in Canada, my guess would be they'd all be states. Let me see. Top 10 shows in watched in Canada. Oh yeah, we pay attention to you guys. Let's see. Well, I appreciate that, Courtney, and you are welcome to pay attention to Canada. Okay. So, trying to find 2025. No, these are sporting events. TV viewing trends in Canada. It's wonderful to have you join. Thank you for being here. But yeah, I would suspect it's all like Big Bang Theory, Seinfeld back in the day, Friends, a lot of the like 911 shows on CTV. And then every now and then they'll throw in a Canadian show on like CBC. Here's a good one. Top 10 most popular shows on Netflix right now in Canada, according to Netflix. Squid Games, Season 3, that's Korean. 1923, that's American. The Waterfront, I think that's American. The Sandman, I think that's American. Raw, that's American. SmackDown, American. Under a Dark Sun. Miss Rachel, I thought Miss Rachel was on YouTube, but I think she is American. Ginny and Georgia. So, you know. I think for a lot of us, that's our greatest fear, is the idea of like ending up inside of a Squid Games future. That is true, Rondo. One of the best examples, and one I will always bring up because I love it. Are You Afraid of the Dark? One of the best kids' scary shows of all time. That was Canadian, and I loved, and I still love Are You Afraid of the Dark? The nostalgia is real with that one, that's for sure. We're not quite done yet, in fairness. We're almost there, though. Throw some, everybody who thinks it was beast mode, throw some hundreds. Or, yeah. Are You Afraid of the Dark? See, my favorite Are You Afraid of the Dark episode was The Tale of the Prom Queen. But I really liked anything. I liked the remakes, or I guess the sequels. Call them what you will. I thought those were really good, especially the first two seasons. I thought they were awesome. I loved The Tale of the Night Shift. Or was there season 4 reboot coming out? A fourth season has not been officially announced. At least I've learned that The Bear is getting a fifth season. I'm trying to remember. Oh, so it was, I was trying to remember what Snick, so it was on Snick and Nickelodeon. Yeah, for me, we watched it on YTV in Canada. And I remember one babysitter I had in particular, she was awesome because she let me watch, my bedtime was 9. And Are You Afraid of the Dark was on from 9 to 9:30, and she let me stay up till 9:30 to watch Are You Afraid of the Dark, and then sent me to bed. So I don't remember her name, but babysitter, thank you for letting me stay up that extra half hour to watch Are You Afraid of the Dark. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's always been one of those things where, like, you can be, and this is true for Britain as well, this is true for Australia, this is true for Korea. It's like, you can become a star in your home country outside of the States, but you're not really a star until you're famous in the States. That's what, like, I remember the Spice Girls talking about that in some interview I saw with them. They were like, yeah, we were really popular in England and Britain, and that was really cool. But at the end of the day, until you make it in America, you're not truly a star. And that's the same thing with, like, Drake was a star in Canada. He was on Degrassi Junior High. But it wasn't until he made it in the States that he was a true star. So, at least that's how it feels, which is kind of unfortunate, but it does leave them, it does leave America and American media with kind of all of the cards in some ways. No, more than that. Do you mean by season, Courtney? Because The Bear probably has about 30 episodes, I'm going to guess. I could be wrong. Let's see. Yeah, it could be in the fourth season. Yes, they have 10. So season one, 8 episodes. Season two, 3 and 4, 10 episodes each. So a total of 38 episodes, 10 in season 4. It has been, I think, season 4 has been an awesome, feel good, super fun season. I really loved season 4, episode 7, The Wedding. That was great. Well, I mean, he was an actor. He wasn't really in a wheelchair. You know, I don't know. Yeah, I find that. But I mean, in fairness, didn't he once beef with like Eminem or something? And I feel like in a rap battle, Eminem would have killed him in a rap battle. Maybe I'm mistaken. I don't know. I have been watching Bad Monkey, and I actually really liked it. I liked, yeah, I don't know a lot about that beef, but it seems like Kendrick Lamar is accusing him of something nobody wants to be accused of. And, like, I don't know. Like, what is Drake supposed to do with that situation? I guess sue him for defamation. I don't really. The closest I ever came to learning about that was back when I used to do stand up comedy a little bit. I would travel to Chicago, and there's this comedian there by the name of Josh Johnson, and he was a really great comic then, and he's gotten better and better and better and better. And he did a set on YouTube describing Kendrick Lamar and describing the Kendrick and Drake beef. And it was funny and it was really good. And he kind of explained it to people in a really humorous way. If you get the chance, plus you should just follow his stuff because he's a super talented comedian. But if you get the chance, you should check out his stuff. But he did a whole thing. It was really good. It was really funny. It was like 28 minutes or something talking about the Kendrick Lamar Drake beef. Jazane Maxwell, bro, got that 5-foot forehead. I mean, Jazane, if that really is you, you are one to. I don't think you should be judging anybody right now. I think you might be in your own little bit of trouble at the moment, so maybe calm down. I'm also very concerned that you're gonna try to traffic me somewhere, which, I don't want to be going to any islands, all right? I'm not cute enough. Leave me alone. Record label. But yeah, so I'm not trying to saying check out Josh Johnson. Just go to YouTube and type in Josh Johnson Drake Lamar beef. And everybody watching this, please take a moment, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let me know if you have any questions about Freemasonry, and let me know if there's anything else you guys want to chat about, because we're pretty much almost at the end of this stream. We basically got about 15 minutes to go, which is crazy to think a full-on 24-hour live stream, both here and on the 15 hours or so on my laptop and the rest on here. I will take it. I will happily take it. And there's still time. I'm one subscription away from 2,350 subscribers. So maybe we'll get that last one in the next 15 minutes or so. Just gonna wait and see if anybody else jumps on the chat to say hello, and then we will, like I said, we'll be ending the stream very soon. 24 hours. Give everybody a round of applause. Do you have like a side? For me, I kind of feel like I have to take Drake's side because Canadian, right? Toronto. And I did feel like sometimes there's this, like, I didn't pay a lot of attention to it. But I did feel like there was this weird kind of, like, oh, he's Canadian, so he's not as tough as Lamar, which I did not like, obviously, as a proud Canadian. I don't know, though. I feel like most people are siding with Kendrick. Very comprehensive train system. Do you mean train system like subway system? Toronto does. It kind of gets pooped on a little bit, but I think Toronto actually has a really great subway system. That's very impressive. The logistical nightmare excuse me, of trying to move like millions of people around this city, get them, from X place to Y place to Z place. I think it's incredibly impressive what they can do with any type of subway system. So, but I think Toronto's got a really, really, I love the Toronto transit system. Honestly, I'm a big proponent, a huge proponent of what am I trying to say? I'm a huge proponent of public transit. I think it absolutely deserves and needs to be better, treated better. It's not about toughness, it's about realness. Kenny isn't putting on the persona Drake is. Yeah, see, it's hard for me to say because again, I don't really pay attention. I'm not a really huge fan of either of their music. I don't mind it, but I'm not a huge hip hop fan. So for me, I kind of just went a little. I just kind of, if I had to pick a side, I'd just pick the Canadian, right? And especially not just a Canadian, but a Canadian from Toronto. It's like that's kind of going to be my person. But I'm not particularly. Many pedestrian consumers of hip hop don't actually realize the depth of the art form. When people say hip hop saved my life, I believe that's a real statement. I think that there is no in how do I put this in the right way? Welcome, game man. Don't forget to hit the like button. I think that there is no intrinsic depth in any art form. The depth is foisted upon the art form by the consumer. So, like, using me as an example, right? My favorite song in the world is Simple Man. My second favorite song in the world is um, Prodigal by Blacktop Mojo. But at the end of the day, those songs are a series of notes and a guy who can sing, right? Like, it has no intrinsic meaning. The meaning is what I give to it, what I, it's my personality, my history, my, um, what's happening in my life when I hear this song, all these other millions of other factors that cause me to give the song meaning, and that becomes my favorite song. Like you can have the technical talent to play guitar well, to sing well, the technical talent to like rap on the beat, to rhyme, all that stuff that I can never do, to write lyrics, but the meaning itself is going to be it's the it's the audience that gives the work meaning. So like for me, hip hop doesn't really have a lot of meaning because for whatever reason, it's just not something that speaks to me in the way that like Prodigal by Blacktop Mojo does. Um, but and that's true even for Freemasonry, right? Like I've talked about it before, where there are a million people who have come through Freemasonry, and for whatever reason, it doesn't affect them, and they don't see the meaning in it the way that I do, right? I try when I'm on here to talk about why I think Freemasonry has meaning and is important, and I care about it. But at the end of the day, everybody kind of will find their own path. So when it comes to hip hop, I absolutely believe and have no doubt that there are people who would be leading incredibly terrible lives were it not for either their skill in hip hop and ability in hip hop to get them out of that situation, or they just loved hip hop so much that they had something that they could focus on and something that they could um, kind of something positive for them to focus on instead of something negative. So yeah, I mean, it's like everything else, right? If you find depth in hip hop, then that's what matters, and the depth is there. And that's what I think is important, right? Just like I don't expect everybody to find importance in Simple Man, but to me, it's my favorite song and the greatest song in the world. Same thing with A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4. Like I will die on the hill of A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4 is an incredible movie. And I know people who found a lot of themselves in that character and in the character of Lisa Wilcox. And, I was actually at a convention where somebody was saying, like, they were LGBTQ, and growing up, they reacted strongly to the strong female character of Alice Johnson, and they were crying talking to the actress who played her. It's one of those things where, like, You know, people find the meaning, and whatever meaning that they find, if it helps them get out of a bad situation, then that's the most important thing. So, but no, I believe, like I said, I don't think any music is intrinsically deep. I think the depth comes from the audience, and I have no doubt that for many people, hip hop is an incredibly deep art form. For me, I've always been more on the consumer side where, like, I remember back in the day loving, like, Still Not a Player by Big Pun, loving Can I Getta by Jay Z, loving Hard Knock Life by Jay Z. But it was songs I would play in the background while I was doing other things. It wasn't stuff I really paid attention to. I just liked the beat, liked the music, you know? Another interesting in the trivia, the title MC is Master of Ceremony. Really? I don't know if that's the case because we tend to call the officer that would be the master of ceremonies, we tend to call him the director of ceremonies. Now, again, that is an emulation thing. That is in British lodges and British based lodges. But the So it could be in the States that the lodges, the title is Master of Ceremonies, but we tend to call it Director of Ceremonies. But I could see it happening. I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, you never know where Freemasonry kind of makes its way in. She was replaced by Tuesday Night. I've had the chance to meet Tuesday Night. She was super cool. I used to love going to conventions. Like I said, I remember the first time I watched A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3. It was at my friend's house, it was a sleepover. And I didn't plan to be like, this is going to be a life-changing experience for me. But for whatever reason, something about the way I'm wired and what was happening in my life at the time and the environment in which I watched the movie and a million other things, I watched it and I said to myself, like, this is my movie. Like, I love horror. Um, I never even thought of that. I'd have to look that up at some point. I've only got 5 minutes. I've just got 5 minutes, so not today. But I will look that up. I'm generally curious now if Grandmaster Flash was a Freemason of some sort. Although the term Grandmaster was also in chess before, maybe not before, but it was in chess. It's been in a few different sporting things as well. But yeah, for whatever reason, and it's funny because none of my family likes scary movies. Um, I don't have siblings, but my mom and dad never liked horror films. Um, I don't recall my cousins particularly liking them, or my dad always. I mean, I love my dad, but he always looked at me kind of funny when I talk about my love of scary movies. He doesn't get it at all, but it just stuck with me. There's a story that I really loved. Chuck Klosterman is one of my favorite authors from back in the day. He told this story about there was this girl that he really liked, but she thought of him as a friend. But eventually, they both got, I guess, had a bit too much to drink, or something happened. They ended up sleeping together. Um, he woke up the next morning. She was already out of the bed, and he could hear her playing guitar downstairs. And he felt really great, but also really bad because he suspected that she felt bad about the situation. And he thought they're going to have a long talk. And then he goes down the stairs and she's playing Downtown, like the song Downtown on the guitar. And he says, whenever he hears that song on the radio, all he thinks about is that morning and that girl and that feeling, which is not something the artist who performed the song or composed the song would ever in a million years guess. And has nothing to do with what the song is about, right? So I guess my understanding is we supply the meaning to art more so than art supplies the meaning to us, is my opinion, on anything. And so I think that's also probably true of the Kendrick and Drake feud, is that we the audience subscribe or ascribe or prescribe, I guess would be the word, meaning to that feud, more so than the artists themselves. I think the artists will play into that meaning to beef it up a little bit, either for economic reasons or because they genuinely don't like each other and want to win the battle. But yeah, I think it's more an audience. I think it more lives in the audience. It lives in the audience, not in the art. Not to be, not to be a poet. But yeah, Kristen's name in early drafts. I didn't know that Kristen's name in early drafts was Kirsten. That's really cool. I was not aware. But I love Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3. I think it's incredible. I love my favorite movie of all time. On a sunny day is A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4. On a rainy day is A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 5. I thought about it so much, I actually changed my favorite movie based on the weather, which is not a normal, healthy thing to do. It is now 1:59. We have exactly 1 minute to go, and then I will have done officially 24-hour live stream. About 15 hours on my laptop and the remainder on this phone. So after this, I'm going to go to sleep, and then I am going to wake up at some point, who knows when. I'm going to get some coffee. I'm going to start doing some work. You may see me tomorrow at 1 p.m. But if you do not, pay attention to my live streams when they come out. They will be coming out. Or not my live streams, my next interview episode. I agree. I mean, yeah, probably. Courtney. I would say that's very possible. Who could beat him? Probably. I'm trying to think. Yes, thank you, Black Raven, and thank you for being here and all your support. I truly appreciate it. And thank you, Courtney, for all your support as well. I think George Washington was or is the most famous Freemason. With that, I am going to end the stream. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Most famous for being a Freemason. It's been a blast. Here we go. Till next time.